Well, good evening. I call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for October 8th to order. Evening, Council, and those in attendance. And also, Councilwoman Betcher is supposed to be on Zoom. Are you there, Gloria?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll start out with three proclamations, and then we'll get into the business of the council tonight. National Fire Prevention Week. Whereas the City of Ames is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city. Fire is a serious public safety concern, and homes are the locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire. Home fires killed more than 2,700 people in the United States in 2022, according to the National Protection Association. And fire departments in the United States responded to over 360,000 home fires. And whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of fire in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And whereas residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home. Working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half. Ames residents should also make sure their smoke and carbon monoxide alarms meet the needs of all their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities, ensuring that everyone in the home understands the sound of alarms and knows how to respond. And whereas the Ames Fire Department is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. Ames residents who are responsive to public education measures are better able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms, Make Them Work for You, aims to educate everyone on the role that functioning smoke alarms play in preventing fatalities during home fires. Therefore, I, John A. Hala, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the week of October 6th through 12th, 2024 as Fire Prevention Week. I urge all the people in Ames to make sure their homes have working smoke alarms and support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Ames Fire Department. Chief, do you wish to offer a few comments or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Good evening, everybody. This is an opportunity for me to share a fire prevention message with you all, and that's by inviting you to come out to our annual open house on this Saturday, October 12th. It'll be from 9 to noon at Fire Station Number 1, which is located at 1300 Burnett Avenue. We're going to have a lot of activities for adults and kids. You have opportunity to learn how to use a fire extinguisher. Kids will get an opportunity to squirt a fire hose, see Freddie the fire truck, Sparky the fire dog. Those are big hits with the kids, by the way. So a great opportunity to come out, see what we do. We're your neighbors. We're located at 3 different stations in Ames here. We'd love for you to come out and learn a fire safety message and see what we got going on. We also have from 8 to 9 for families with sensory concerns. We'll have kind of a lower key open house. So if you have family that needs a little quieter environment, that'll be from 8 to 9 for you to come in. So I thank our crew for being here. They didn't get to dress up like I did because we lost half of the crew already. They had to bug out for another call, so they're working today. So I appreciate them being here and appreciate the opportunity to remind you to check your batteries and your smoke alarms, practice an exit drill in your home, and have a safe place to meet. And if we can all be fire safe, we can really cut down the risks that fire has in our community. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, next is National Community Planning Month. And it's my pleasure tonight to announce for the first time that the City of Ames has been notified that it will be awarded the Daniel Burnham Comprehensive Plan of the Year Award for our 2020 Ames 2040 plan because of its approach to managing growth and change, and we'll have other details forthcoming when the award is presented, probably in a more formal setting. So anyway, congratulations, Kelly and planning staff. National Community Planning Month. Whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, counties, townships, rural areas, and other places, and whereas communities seek to support the quality of life for their residents and address a wide range of interests for housing, recreation, economic development, neighborhood, sustainability, preservation, urban design, and transportation, and whereas the community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community, community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. And whereas the full benefits of planning requires public officials and residents who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories, the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorse a National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions sound planning and planning implementation for an equitable, resilient, and sustainable community. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional and community planners of the City of Ames and extend our heartfelt thanks for their continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Therefore, I, John A. Hala, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim October 24, 2024 as National Community Planning Month in the City of Ames. And Kelly, you wish to make a few comments or not?
Not really.
All right.
I mean, it's a joy for my staff of 5 of us that are here to work for the city council, very eager to do planning, and Plan 2040, very highly engaged council. It would have been a success without both public participation and the council. So thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Kelly. All right, third, but would be watershed awareness. And council, it's my privilege and honor to introduce Mindy Bringleson, who is our new, what's your official title? Municipal engineer. But she replaced Tracy Peterson, who moved on. And so, and I will say that I worked with Tracy in a professional capacity many years ago, and thrilled to see her on staff. So anyway. Watershed Awareness Month, whereas a collaboration continues between the cities of Ames, Huxley, Nevada, and Gilbert, Story County Conservation Board, Story County Board of Health, Prairie Rivers of Iowa, and Story County Soil and Water Conservation District. And whereas the Story County 10-year water monitoring program has collected valuable water sampling data through the efforts of local leadership and volunteers, including nitrate and E. coli levels, while educating residents on water quality. And whereas water quality, flooding concerns, and drought resilience in rivers, lakes, and streams cannot be mitigated without good stewardship of the private and public lands that drain to those waterways. And whereas implementing green infrastructure, improving soil health, and using native vegetation remain vital strategies to protect our watersheds. And whereas the health of our watersheds directly impacts public health, drinking water supply, fisheries, wildlife, agriculture, economic development, and recreation activities in our communities. Therefore, I, John A. Hala, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Watershed Awareness Month. I urge every resident within Story County to continue learning about their watershed and commit to actions that improve water quality, including steps to reduce pollution in their own backyards. And Liz, are you going to take this over, or are you going to have Mindy's? All right, Mindy, jump right in.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for all of your support on this initiative. Over the last year, we have completed 2 different stream restoration projects. One of them was about 200 feet in Clear Creek near Utah Drive, and another one 1,000 feet in the Bloomington Waterway. So I want to also thank our staff, our stormwater staff and Public Works, Liz Calhoun, and also, if you have any questions about what you can do for stormwater, feel free to reach out to Liz or myself for some more information. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to consent agenda. Is there any item that council wishes to pull from consent? Hearing none, entertain a motion to approve consent.
Move. Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to public forum. This is a time we set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business other than those listed on this agenda. Please understand council will not take any action on your comments at the meeting due to the requirements of the open meeting law, but may do so at a future meeting. And those who have signed up interested to speak, if it's related to an item that's on the agenda, you'll be called when that item comes about. So, Richard.
Before you were mayor, I asked you if you could take your own oath of office for the term of office. You told me you would think about it and get back to me. Then you told me I should tell you first why I wanted that information, and now you tell me that it's an old question. I asked that question to Harris and Trump in a letter, and I'm on their mailing list for both of them, and I don't think I think the chances of them seeing that letter are pretty near to slim to totally non-existent. And so I would like you or somebody else, and it's in my ears, to ask them, if they could make up their own oath of office, what would they swear to? And it's like, I don't have a phone or a computer, and it's like, I have my own yard signs these days. I had a whole bunch of them made. I don't know. But it's like Reynolds wouldn't even answer my letter. She sends the things back to me, and it's like I don't know. I'm very frustrated with the government in this country.
Thank you, Richard. Anybody else? Seeing none, we will close public.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am back here again for another sad.
Would you introduce yourself again, and please?
My name is Maddie Nasudi.
Thank you.
I'm here for another sad event, which is our public library. I've spent a lot of time there. The library is supposed to be a haven for children. That's what it is. Unfortunately, we don't have a haven for children. We have a very dangerous library. Most parents do not allow small children to go into our library. If you stand there and watch, it's all parents coming in with their children. I used to go to the library myself. It was a haven. I'd spend the whole day there. But these kids can't do it because you've made it a sort of a dumping ground for the homeless because there's no other services for them. And I have experienced firsthand that your staff, you have a wonderful staff. That library is some of the best people I've ever met in government. They're just wonderful. But they have to put up with terrible working conditions. I mean, it's really borderline workplace violence there. I have seen a whole bunch of things. I've seen your staff have to go out and tell people that they can't smoke. But they go out and they confront people, and a lot of these people I've talked to a lot of the kids out there. They all admit using drugs, or a lot of them do. But when you approach somebody and try to enforce the law, then the librarians are not police officers. They shouldn't be doing this. I've seen the librarians tell people something and they've been ignored. I've seen panhandling, and by fairly large people, and the librarians are too afraid to get involved. That's not acceptable. I went and talked to one of your librarians. I interviewed one of them yesterday. And she's really nice, and she smiled meekly, I said, these are terrible working conditions you're under. I mean, you shouldn't have to put up with that. I mean, when you folks go to work, you're not afraid, but some of these people are, and they should be. It's a terrible working environment. So I asked her about it, and she just meekly smiled, and essentially there's nothing she could do about it. I asked her, where's the security? Don't you wish you had police here? And she wouldn't say anything because she doesn't. There's no police there. Now, I have sent you all an email detailing around this country, this is a common problem. In Des Moines, there's a senior librarian who's suing the city for all of these same problems. There are libraries all over the country that are closing. In Antioch, I used to live near Antioch in California. The Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors had to close the library because there was too much violence. There's lots of libraries that I've detailed you in the email that have closed. In Massachusetts, they've done a different thing. They've decided to cut hours. This library here is open. Sadly, it's open way too long. It should be closed at 6 o'clock. Now, I've given you a whole bunch of recommendations. Number one, there should be a police officer assigned to the library whenever it's open. That's the minimum that you need to do. If you don't want to do that, you can, I've looked at this. You have over $500,000 that you're going to spend tonight. Well, you can have the library hire private security if you don't want to use police. But there should be a police officer there all the time. The second thing is the city manager should be directed to come up with a plan to deal with the homeless people. They need to be, safely fed, housed. A lot of these shelters are only night shelters, and then they're kicked out in the day. They need places to go. You folks are dumping them on the library. You can't do that. That's really intolerable. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean or anything, but those people deserve better from you. The third thing is you need to direct the city manager to do two things. One, once you've found out someplace else for them to go that's safe and warm and so forth, then you need to ban sleeping in the library. You can't have people sleeping in the library. The other thing is you need to reduce your hours. So especially at night when it gets dark early, the library can't be open at night, sadly. But this is workplace violence. And like I said, in Des Moines, the city is being sued for the exact same things that are going on here.
Would you please draw your comments to a close?
Okay, that's all I wish to say right now, except
I'll just say that I do not think that it's appropriate, and I don't think that is to say that we're dumping homeless in the library. I think it's an unfair characterization. They have the freedom to attend that public facility as much as anybody else does. Thank you for offering your comments. Is anybody else that wants to address council? Item is not on the agenda?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, item's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda?
It's not on the
Please come up and introduce yourself and you may start.
My name's Taylor Burkhead. I made a comment at another meeting some other time, but I just wanted to say how full, I live at 709 Clark, just down the street. But I wanted to say how full this room was. Not all the meetings are this full. I've been to some. There's some familiar faces and some new faces, and hopefully at the next meeting, we'll have this many people.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? All right, we'll close public forum and we'll move on to item number 30.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight, you're reviewing a zoning text amendment. I want to take a second to kind of clarify what is on the table tonight. When we had the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there was a...
Can you turn the volume up? We're having trouble hearing.
Go ahead and try again, Kelly, please.
Right. So tonight, we're talking about a zoning text amendment. I want to take a...
Is that better?
Yeah.
Because sometimes we do have difficulty with there's a dead spot once in a while. Can everyone hear?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
So tonight with the text amendment, we're talking about an applicant-initiated text amendment, but we're not talking about a specific property tonight. So the map that I have up on the screen, what you can see outlined in blue is what is known as the single-family conservation overlay. And this is the area that our text amendment would affect. So the text amendment would change as requested, the allowable uses in this area to add a use of a social service provider by the virtue of obtaining a special use permit from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Currently, social service providers are a non-permitted use. You can't establish one in this area. There are existing social service providers that predated the current zoning. So they're allowed to continue to be active and operate their facilities as a non-conforming use, but new uses are not permitted. So back in July, the City Council first received or considered a request to initiate this change in response to the Romero House, who has a property on Clark, and they have bought a second property on Clark that they're hoping that this text amendment would then allow for establishment of a social service use. And their letter, as the applicant, is included in your council action form, and it describes their intent for use for that area. But tonight we are not specifically talking about one property, and we are talking about the whole area outlined in blue. And the second point I want to make about social service providers is the applicant meets this classification, but there are many types of social service providers. So although this is brought forward by one group, it could apply to multiple types of group. In some ways, when you read our definition of a social service provider, it allows for daytime services. It also allows for overnight stays and sheltering of people too. So it's important to kind of consider the broad nature of the request. And you've seen a lot of description here about the neighborhood, and we have obviously received quite a bit of public input in the last few weeks concerned with the character of the neighborhood and how social service providers fit or would be permitted into this area. With that, it's a pretty simple text amendment proposal. It's really to add one line of code to the municipal code. If that was to be approved tonight, then the applicant would go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment and apply for a specific special use permit. And the Zoning Board of Adjustment would then consider the factors of allowing for that use, determining whether it's compatible with the area. And you'd look at really specific issues like operations, hours, employee levels, just different kinds of issues that work into compatibility of a use into a residential area. Those criteria are also outlined for you as an attachment to the report. So if we need to review that, that's available for us tonight. So overall, staff has seen quite a bit of public input, and the Planning and Zoning Commission had a fairly lengthy review of this item as well. So you have a couple of different issues that have been brought forward by the neighborhood concerning the history of the overlay, which was initiated back in the 90s for the express purpose of limiting changes of use in this area and trying to preserve a single family character for the most part. We all know that in the Old Town area and just beyond, there's a mix of uses in this area. But the intent of the overlay was to try to, again, conserve that single family home concept in this area. And the overlay itself restricts uses more so than the underlying base zone does, but it also includes design requirements. And in this case with the zoning and text amendment, we're really not looking at the design requirements. We don't expect any of those to be implicated by any future use. It's really whether the use should be added to the overlay or not. If you're kind of wondering what the green outline within the single family conservation overlay is, that is a sub-district of the Old Town Historic District. The proposal does not impact the historic district, which is really, again, it's geared towards exterior architectural treatments. It does not regulate use. So the historic district overlay would continue to apply if this was adopted. But the use is regulated through the single family overlay, not through the historic district. Just want to clarify that because we did have a question about how the historic district worked here. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions, and you do have an applicant, so they'll be invited to come up and speak to their request as well.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. All right, questions for Kelly from council? Gloria, I'll start with you and see if you have any questions since you are on Zoom.
I don't have any questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you tell us more about the process of interacting in the neighborhood and
Pull your mic a little closer.
can you tell us more about the process of informing and interacting with neighbors in that area?
in July, when you first had the opportunity to look at the request for the first time, which really a kickoff of a process. It wasn't a final decision. That is how we deal with zoning requests. And so at that time, staff, not surprisingly, thought it might be a concern to people to look at this issue as a change. And we said we would notify the neighborhood association as the process was initiated. The applicant didn't ultimately apply for the text amendment until roughly the middle of August. And at that time, I sent an email to our known neighborhood association contact. We later found out that email didn't really get received. And it wasn't until like the week before the P&Z meeting that a board member from the neighborhood association contacted me directly to ask questions because they had heard of it as coming down the road and not necessarily through some kind of notification process. So we talked before the P&Z meeting. There's no notice required for anyone for the Planning and Zoning Commission related to this type of a request. So we had 2 people participate at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. You have seen their comments under the Planning and Zoning discussion. And then as a result of those comments and seeing that there wasn't really much awareness in the neighborhood, the city manager's office and the planning division, we made a decision to expand the notice to include a postcard sent to all property owners. So that's just over 300 properties that then got a notification that the city council meeting that was being held tonight was going to occur, included a map of this area, and then had a very short explanation of what was happening, and then directed them to our website to get the prior information. And since that time, I know the Old Town neighborhood has had their annual picnic. So there was a chance for some people to converse there. And then in the last couple of weeks, we've started to get more inquiries and written comments forwarded to us. And I know anything we've gotten has been forwarded to you, and you may have also gotten additional information. Late today, you also got a petition from the applicant from the Romero House in support of their request. So that's the steps we've gone through to get to tonight.
And can you also share, the PNC vote was 4-2. Can you tell me a little bit about the 2 that didn't?
Yeah, I think the discussion, I mean, the same kind of points that were brought up by the 2 participants then are what you're probably considering tonight. It's always a little hard to divine between the votes when they don't necessarily comment on their vote. I think the line of questioning was more in the vein of, is this permit process really going to adequately address a specific issue here, a specific property? Was a concentration a potential issue that wouldn't get dealt with well on a singular permit basis, and it's more of the cumulative issue of multiple changes over time? Those are some of the thoughts or some of the questions that we were discussing back and forth at the board. Ultimately, the vote was 4-2. The majority voted, from what I would interpret, as thinking that the criteria in the permit system could resolve those issues. But the no votes were probably a little more concerned that it wasn't necessarily representative of everything that we had heard as testimony.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Kelly, can you talk a little bit about, I guess we have several alternatives before us tonight, and I kind of want to dig into what happens if we were to deny the request, and then what would happen if we went a different route and sort of tabled this while we took more time to talk with the neighborhood and dig into the unintended consequences a little bit more and how that would impact the operations.
Right. So we outlined, I'll just read them off so everyone in the audience kind of understands what's on the table for tonight. So the first alternative is really the applicant's request, which is to approve on first reading. There's 3 council meetings that have to occur before it to ultimately be approved. But tonight could be the first step towards approval, and that would be to allow for social service providers by special use permit. Alternative 2 was to consider, in light of many of the public comment, which was a lot of comment about how do you deal with separation and concentration. Is there a cumulative issue here that we can't address because of the existing number of users, or not users, social service providers in the area? So number 2 was an option to kind of address the Romero House interest as well as some of the input from the neighborhood. So option 2 would be, if city council directed this, we would modify the ordinance that the only eligible properties within the overlay that could apply for a special use permit would be those that are across from adjacent to commercial zoning. So when you look at the map behind you, in this case, the purple is called neighborhood commercial. It abuts 7th Street. So what this would allow are for the 4 properties along Clark, on the very south end of Clark, and then all of the properties along 7th Street to theoretically apply for this same type of permit that the Romero House is asking for. Now, the Romero House property that they're interested is one of those properties, so it would potentially suit their interest, as well as maybe mitigate some of the concern of cumulative change throughout the neighborhood. And then option 3 is something we would need direction on. So again, a lot of input on separation and cumulative or concentration issues. So if council did not want to just make it eligible for all properties with no individual restrictions in terms of spacing, option 3 is to direct staff to come back with a specific modified ordinance. You would not enact that tonight. You would give us direction to draft some other kind of specific standard, whether it's 500 feet, 1,000 feet, on a block face. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and we didn't know one defined way to offer that to you. So we did look into some other examples, see if there was any literature that would suggest what a good model would be. The experience is as is with many zoning standards, it depends on the community. So that's really those 3 options about moving forward for approval. Option 4 is just to deny it. There's no obligation to ever amend your zoning ordinance. If you choose tonight that that's not what you want to approve, that would be option 4. And then option 5 is to direct staff to essentially to table the item and get more specific information or do more outreach as you direct us to do. So if it's denied tonight, what would happen is the existing facility at 709 Clark, we would have to talk to the Romero House representatives and talk about how that house is functioning and what would still be allowed at that property if the social service provider text amendment is not approved. If you actually table it, which is not a denial, it's just going to be further consideration at a later date, there would be no action to move forward with changing anything at the existing property. Our typical practice is if there's a request on the table that would permit or enable something, we don't do any code enforcement or ask for any particular change while the council is still considering something. I think
That's on the existing house.
that's on the existing
Not
house.
New house, but the new house.
So the new house has to be used as a house. It's not permitted to be used for anything else right now. So when I say a house, I mean someone needs to be living there as a household living use.
And Kelly, can you tell us on number 2, I could probably count, but how many properties would be impacted if 2 was approved? Like how many are on that road?
I think I said 16 in the report. Maybe it's 17 now that I look at it up here. So 16 to 17 properties, of which at least 3 already are social service providers. So one of the YSS facilities, Good Neighbor, and then Food at First are the 3 uses that are either on Clark or 7th Street.
Thank you.
Kelly. Mayor, sorry.
Go ahead, Gloria.
I'm wondering, Kelly, can you show the diagram from the 2040 plan so we can see what the difference is between this overlay as it currently stands and what we thought we were planning for in the future?
Sure. So I think that's going to be attachment C. So attachment C is the Plan 2040, and this is the land use designations for the area. And in Ames, we match up different zoning districts to different land use designations. It's really dark, so it might be a little hard to see. But for the most part, the blue outline, which is the single family conservation overlay, for the most part, it overlays what we call the traditional neighborhood. And traditional neighborhood really was that designation that reflected older neighborhoods, had patterns that were pre-1950 in development. Obviously, Old Town is much older than 1950. And it can have a mix of uses. It's not exclusive single family, but it's a traditional layout. It's a gridded street environment. We have alleys. We have some different uses. And then along 7th Street, you see that the city council is interested in infill opportunities. And on the west side of Clark, south of 7th, you do have a core designation, which is a commercial designation related to downtown. Now, that's not rezoned for commercial uses, but it is something that the council could in the future consider looking at as a different option for development than what is there today. And then you have all the other red, which is that core designation where Fairway is, where the various office uses are between 6th and 7th Street, and then downtown service center zoning further south. So you can kind of see 7th Street is really a bright line on the land use map and on the zoning map for the most part about where the transition of commercial to residential is meant to happen.
So Kelly, when we discussed this area for the 2040 plan, we really weren't anticipating changing that overlay other than in that southwest corner. Is that fair to say?
I do not recall in the years we were doing the plan that we ever were intended to revisit the overlay specifically and look at any particular density or design issue for the overlay.
And the applicants put in the request after already having the house in use as a social service provider for 4 years as a use that was not allowed within the overlay. Is that right?
So the way I would characterize that, so when they first established at the 709 address, they did correspond with planning staff and inspection staff. And at that time, it was in a gray area, and we as staff reached a conclusion that it appeared it could meet the intent of a household living use. I would say the activities expanded beyond our understanding over the past few years, and it now is clearly moved into a use that is not a typical residential use. So the activities that occur on the site, the offering of services to other individuals that don't reside there, really takes you out of that household living use. And that in May, I think in May of this year, I believe is when we first were in touch with them as they were looking to look at acquiring another site to move their facilities. And we kind of talked through what we understood about their operations and that they should really move forward with a text amendment request if they wanted to be in this area.
And one last question. I think you said that there are about 300 residents in the overlay, or was that residences in the overlay?
Property owners. So roughly 300 lots is, I guess, a good way to think of that.
Okay, so when we're considering the petition that we received today, there were 21 signatures of people who lived within the overlay out of 300 homeowners.
And again, I wouldn't say
guess,
homeowners because you do have multifamily properties. You have other people here that are property owners. So 300 property owners. So
Okay.
I didn't tabulate that up, but that sounds in the right order of magnitude, about 21 in the area.
Thank you.
Tim.
A couple questions, Kelly. We talk often about wanting to understand best practices that have emerged among peer communities. Can you help the council think about what other communities are doing? There is, on the one hand, the need to make sure that we're providing social service organizations with a place to do their work. And the other hand, we have the need to consider the impacts on neighborhoods. So there's a balance to be struck. Are there any best practices that are emerging that we should be thinking about?
I think in terms of best practices, there's not going to be one size fits all. So I think what you're going to see is, I would say for the most part, especially the Romero House, they've defined how they're going to operate. Again, social services can be ambiguous in general, but how they're going to operate to me is more like a commercial use because no one's residing there. And I would say it's very common for anybody that's not really a residential use. It's rare to insert them into most neighborhoods. There are neighborhoods that allow it. We've even done the same thing, and I'll get to that in a second. So in general, the general concern about non-residential uses do at times lead to separation requirements. And that's where I'm saying each community kind of comes up with their own idea of what that might be. And I'm not advocating for any particular number, but I've seen distances of a half a mile to separate these types of uses. I've seen much shorter distances of 500 feet, which again is about a block, a longer, a north-south oriented block in Old Town. So it's not that much. In terms of best practices as a use, as a need in the community, I think it's acknowledged, right? in the planning world and in the housing world, we understand that there's going to be a need for different services across the community, and you need to accommodate that. Ames has accommodated that in our zoning structure to date. So we have the list of different zones where this is permitted, or it could be done with a special use permit. For the most part, it's allowed in the higher density zones or in a commercial zone. Again, kind of the nature of the use has more activity, more traffic, more individuals coming and going, things that you see in more active environments and not so much in lower activity environments. So this request is really looking to add something in addition to what we already have. And you could establish the use in other places in the city already.
And that your answer, thank you for that. That answer anticipates my second question. If we turn down this request tonight, what options would the Romero House and other social service organizations that are similarly situated have within the city of Ames? Could you speak just sort of broadly to that?
Right. So you would be looking, you would be looking into the different, it's in the addendum. We have a list here.
Very good.
There's a table that lists out multiple zones. We have about 15 different zones theoretically that you could go into. 3 of them are not actually map zones. We'll say there's 12 different types of zones. There's lots of property in the city that is zoned commercial. We have a fair amount of RH or high density, medium density. So there would be opportunities to find an available property. It's not marginalized to the edge of the city. It's not like allowed in general industrial. It's not isolated in the community. It's just that it's more in the more along the Lincoln Way area or other higher density areas.
Kelly, some people argue that that space should be available, you should be available near the downtown area. So be more specific. What other areas besides this area close to downtown would be available?
Right. So within or near downtown, you would have some highway-oriented commercial areas along Lincoln Way. You have south of Lincoln Way, what's known as the South Lincoln Mixed Use District. And then you have, even in the neighborhood commercial area, you have
a
that
map that you could just, so people might understand what you're talking about.
I do not have a citywide zoning map.
Do you have it just in the downtown area? Or no?
All I have is the single family conservation.
Well, maybe you could just describe a little bit where that is,
I'll pull up
because
a city map.
I can pull up
Google
the
Maps.
reason we do this is
What?
impossible to see.
Google Maps.
A Google map. It's right, a Google map.
what's Google?
No.
All right. So,
Maybe you just could zoom in on the downtown area.
yeah, so just a quick orientation. Essentially, pink is commercial.
I think you need to use a microphone. I'm sorry.
So quick orientation, pink is different commercial zones, or red or pink or commercial zones. The orange that you see is a high density zone. And then I'm going to zoom into that near downtown area.
Maybe you show where City Hall's at. And
Yep. So right there, that SGA is where City Hall is as a landmark for you. So again, you can see the darker yellow outline for single family conservation on this map. So from the allowable areas that you could establish either permitted or special use, any of the HOC areas, which should for the most part be areas east of South Duff. There's some homes in that area. There's some commercial buildings in that area. You have that purple area south of Lincoln Way, which is the South Lincoln mixed use. You have other RH properties just to the south of that. And then as you go west, you have a few commercial properties near where the future aquatic center is going to be, and then some RH areas over there. But where you see UCRM and you see RL, those are areas that the use is not allowed. Those are single family areas in our zoning ordinance.
thank you. Other questions, Tim?
Yeah, no, that's extremely helpful. Thanks for helping us on the fly like that, Kelly. I could have given you more direction in advance. And so pragmatically, social service organizations, not just Romero, really has some challenges from the standpoint that if we're going to define the universe of possible locations for them. They're going to be primarily in commercial areas where oftentimes the price of the land is going to be much higher. So yes, they could be located there, but the price of being able to locate there may be cost prohibitive to the point where, yes, they'll be allowed there, but it might as well not be available to them. So
I think I would say that seems true, except for many of those commercial areas, like along High Street and Second Street. Their non-conforming single-family residences look much like Old Town. So those properties are not strip malls that are going to have high rent.
Yeah,
and
that's
then you
fair.
have neighborhood commercial just across the street as well, similar. So there's around downtown, there is some similarly situated properties compared to being on South Duff or on West Lincoln Way, where you're going to have to pay higher rent. So there's some places that's going to be true, and then other places there might be opportunities.
No, that's a fair caveat, but those properties are going to be smaller and fewer. I mean, just fewer in number, I would think.
Yeah, and it's actually a little unique that we have as many as we do because we have a lot of areas that are planned for change that have yet to change.
Right. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Well, there's also, you mentioned the area which is colored purple south of Lincoln Way, where the Bridge Home, that whole area there, between that and the Lincoln Center, that all area is currently would be allowable also. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's permitted by right in that area. So like you said, the Bridge Home operates a social service provider as shelter housing in those areas, as well as some other facilities.
Other questions?
Mayor, I have one more question, if I could ask that.
Certainly.
So Kelly, one of the things that came up in the emails to us was that this area has an underlying zone of RM as opposed to UCRM, which the surrounding neighborhoods have as their zoning designation. And in looking at that chart you put up, I'm noticing that the zoning for UCRM allows only existing social service providers, and RM allows special use permit. So what I'm wondering is, if we didn't have this overlay, if we had a question about changing this zone, would we have to go through a major zoning process with major outreach?
It would be the same.
Unlike what we've had to do with the overlay, where it was, literally a minor change because it's a text amendment, and so our outreach was very, very different.
It would be the same process, whether it's a small change or a large change. You as the council may choose to create a more lengthy notification process, but it's really the same regardless of whether it's one small change or many.
Because I'm wondering if our characterization of, what falls into a category of minor changes.
We're not talking about minor changes. Any change to the zoning text amendment is the same. It's only a land use plan.
Okay.
Only in our land use plan is there a minor or major that does have a distinguished process. This is not that.
No, I know this isn't, but if we were changing that underlying zone, would this be a minor change or a major change?
It's just a rezoning. There's no distinguishing major or minor process.
Or are you asking, Corey, what would the process be of notification for rezoning? I think that's what she's asking.
If
Yes.
you're rezoning a property, we'd be obligated to notice directly every property owner that's affected. As I take that back. Any city council initiated legislative change does not require that. If it's an applicant driven process, then we do notify every property owner that's involved within 200 feet.
Okay.
So like when you, so for example, when we
the reason-
rezone the city, we do not send a letter to all 25,000 property owners in the city. You're not required to do that.
Sorry, the reason I'm asking is that it seems to me that what we're considering a minor change, not a I don't know, a strictly speaking minor change by our definitions, but just thinking of it as just one line of text is actually a major change for the people living in the overlay. And I kind of feel like our process, even though we followed the process that we were supposed to follow, and then even did a little bit more by sending out the postcards, it just feels like it hasn't been enough, especially since there was that initial miscommunication.
Anything else, Gloria? Anything else, Gloria?
No, Mayor, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Kelly, can you put up the other map, not the city map, but the one you had previously? I had a quick question for you. Is it possible that, I think that the 702 Clark, I think, is just above that large block, which is where Fairway's at. And I think YSS is right behind it, I think, to the.
I put my cursor on the
Yeah.
702 property.
So if you want to avoid affecting the entire area, could the neighborhood commercial zoning be extended up one lot and go over and capture those two lots just to essentially, they would be conforming because it would be a neighborhood commercial and we're just done. We're not messing with the whole neighborhood area. Is that an option also?
Yeah, so council could amend that land use map that we talked about from Plan 2040. So we'd have to move the core designation north to whatever area those two lots is possible. After that step is done, then you would consider the rezoning application itself.
I'm just trying to tease out what all the other different options are. The other question I had for you is, if council denies a request, are there other social service providers in this area that may be not in compliance that would also have to be notified?
If I was aware of them, we would be talking to them.
Okay.
So I guess I would have to be aware of somebody that does not have a permit to operate. And I want to be really clear here. If you're providing housing to people and you meet our household definition use, even if you're a nonprofit, you are not a social service provider. It's only if you are not having long-term stays consistent with a residential character, or you're offering services on a regular basis at that location, that you're going to get classified as a social service provider.
Okay. All right, so we're going to open up public comment. Before we go into that, I just want to go on the record that this is not an issue with the Romero House. And I appreciate the many emails we've gotten where people have said very clearly they support what Romero House's mission is. But this is really, and I think Kelly did a good job of framing it to begin with, this is an overall, if this text amendment would go through or be modified, it has far-reaching implications for the whole area. And so I hope that as we offer and give comments that we'll invite the Romero House to come up first and offer, that this is not taken as a personal attack. We appreciate the services that are being provided. They certainly are needed. But that council's elected to represent everybody in the community. We got to balance a lot of different things. And so it's a very difficult decision in front of us. But there is a reason why there is zoning and overlays, and there's history behind that. So I trust that those who are involved with the Romero House take that in the vein that it's given, that we do appreciate what's going on. And it's a hard decision. And I hope that everyone, I think that, and again, I think almost every email we got said, we have no issue with the Romero House, but it's a concern in terms of what it might do, long-term for the overall neighborhood. So we'll start with this, is that the applicant is welcome to come up and, offer some comments. If you can try and keep it to, 3 to 5 minutes, that'd be appreciated. And then if there's anybody else who would like to speak in favor, they're welcome to come up. I will say that we did get, and while it's hard sometimes to respond to all the emails that we do get, I will say council reads every email. and takes your comments into consideration. And so as we get into those who I think may be opposed to it, we'll just share some thoughts before you go ahead and start. We will certainly allow input tonight for those both in favor and those who may be opposed. So anyway, so if the applicant wants to come up and introduce himself, and you may begin.
Hello, I'm David Thielen, 3974 North Dakota Avenue, Ames. I want to start off by applauding the City Council and the Mayor for acknowledging that there is an issue in Ames. I came from California. I moved here. I grew up in Ames, graduated from Iowa State, went to my career in DC and the Bay Area, and I've seen homelessness in a really bad way. Walking over people to get into grocery stores, seeing people laying in parking lots and sleeping bags. It's not good. The reason I came back to Ames is because of the diversity of the city and the fact that we can have open dialogue like we have tonight with everybody in this room, and we applaud that. We are open to community dialogue in this issue. I know it's a sensitive issue, but you also realize what the Ames Romero House does for this community. And we have people here in the crowd that we've actually helped them with dignity, with showers, with meals, with fellowship, with helping with their Social Security, helping 2 little girls get into school that were not in school. We do a lot for the community. We just happen to be in this district. Now, I grew up in Ames in the 80s. There wasn't North Ames. There wasn't Northwest Ames. There wasn't the technology corridor by the airport. Cities change. If cities are stagnant, there's going to be challenges along the way. I lived in cities that were stagnant. Ames is good because you've been progressive and you listen to the citizens like you are tonight. Nobody envisioned in the 80s that there'd be homeless people living at the library. Nobody in the 80s envisioned there'd be people lying on the street in a sleeping bag. Nobody in the 80s envisioned there'd be downtown homelessness. Today is 2024, there is. Cities change. So I just want to make that point very clear. We've been operational since 2020. We've outgrown our services, which tells you right now that there's a need in the city. You can't take population segments and just bust them or move them over. Whether we move to a new district, east, south, west, it doesn't matter. They're still going to be in the spot that they're at right now. We serve 20, 30, 40, sometimes 50 people a day. Their only meal that they'll have for that day. They live in this area. Now there's protections, which I like, in the options that Kelly outlined. 2 good options. One of them I think is a compromise option, which is option number 2. But I want to be very clear. We can't have the attitude that we love Ames Romero House, but not in my backyard. And I think it's getting very dangerous, very close to that from what I'm hearing and some of the comments that I've read. We love the community, we serve the community. We want an option where everybody feels like it's a win-win situation, and I think we can get there. I really do. I want to talk about the 2 amendments, the text amendment with the special use permit. I studied that special use permit. It's very stringent. It's very strict, meaning that even if the text amendment was changed tonight, we would still have to qualify, or anybody that would want to come into the district would have to qualify for that permit. Permit says, and I just took 3 major points, must be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained to be harmonious in appearance with the existing character of the general vicinity. And by the way, that orange house will be beautiful by the time it's done. I'll guarantee you that. Number 2, not create excessively high levels of traffic than the current pattern. You wouldn't see social service providers coming into 8th and Kellogg or 9th and Burnett because it would increase traffic. That's the safeguard that you have with the special use permit. I also want to point out on option number 2 that there already is in that purple zone the ability for us to exist harmoniously with Food at First and also with Good Neighbor. And that's where the population is. They leave our facilities at 4 o'clock. They head over to Food at First. They get a really good meal. So we take them off the streets for half of the day, if not more than half of the day. If we're gone from this area, there's a huge void in this place. Doesn't matter where you put us. If you take us out of this existence, it's a huge void. So my response tonight is, let's come together as a community. The reason I love Ames is the diversity and the progressiveness of the city. And let's find a solution where everybody can win. From what we see, there are not social service providers lining up at the gate to get into the Old Town District. I can say that with fact. We are, because we exist there today, and the Orange Home at 702 Clark is in a perfect location because it fits option number 2 to a T. I think option number 1 as well. That special use permit will not allow Pandora's box to be opened. It will not allow what you think is going to happen, which is everybody and their mother are coming in to build a social service house. That permit prohibits that. So those are the points I want to make. I'm nervous about the thought, and you can talk to some of the people here in the crowd today that use our services. If we're not in that area, it's going to be a bigger issue for the Old Town District than it is today. So we want to find a community solution, community dialogue. We went door to door with a listening tour over the last week and knocked on doors. And we wanted to hear what the community had to say. 6 pages of people said, we like you, we love you. In fact, in our neighborhood, everybody signed it. It shows what we can do as a community without going into the Old Town District and turning it into a free-for-all. That permit prohibits that. The second option in the purple prohibits that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else that wants to speak in support of the applicant tonight? Introduce yourself and like to add, there's quite a few people want to speak tonight, so if you could.
Address as well? Is that what you said? Address as well?
No, just
Okay,
your name, your
okay.
name, and if you can limit your comments to 3 minutes, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Hello, my name is Robert Martin, and I live in the downtown area. I'm a retired fire captain from the city of Council Bluffs, where I worked for 24 years. My wife Laura and I moved here about a year ago. We've owned a property, the house that we live in now, since 2017. We'd like to add our unique take on the Romero House. We volunteered at the Romero House since November of 2023. During our weekly shift, we have met many wonderful people who utilize the Romero House as a place of safety and comfort, whether it be from food insecurity, needing a place to shower, do laundry, or simply take a nap. Just finding care and comfort in the friendly and welcoming environment that the Romero House has to offer. Many of our guests have homes or apartments and are simply looking for a warm, home-cooked meal and some friendly company. Some may be homeless, but because of the Romero House, homelessness does not become their identity. Our guests feel a sense of being helped up due to the staff and volunteers allowing the guests to take sort of an ownership of the services provided, such as cleaning up after themselves, helping with the dishes, sweeping the floors, wiping the tables down, and in the case of the Yellow House right now, caring for the chickens. Because they see the Romero House as something that they belong to, they feel pride in the community and will often make sure the neighborhood is well maintained and clean. They don't want to lose that ability. As a 24-year public servant, I can also speak to how places like the Romero House have actually helped ease the burden on our public safety departments like police, fire, and EMS. Throughout my career, it was noted that many of our EMS calls to assist the underserved in our community were due to 3 simple needs: the need for a meal, the need for temporary shelter from weather, and the need for companionship or loneliness. Ask any of the public safety members here today, and they will agree. The people know that if they go to a hospital or even to jail, that they will get fed, they will have shelter, and they won't be alone. The Romero House offers to fill each of those 3 needs. I've been told that that a few of the members of the Old Town neighborhood who disagree with us having the Romero House where it is do so because of their fear that the increased foot traffic causes them to feel insecure or unsafe. However, I disagree with the initial premise of their concern. An important service that the Romero House does not supply is overnight housing or shelter. Again, we do not offer overnight housing or shelter. Most nights, I walk our dogs to Main Street from Grant to Duff. Nearly all the foot traffic is located on Main Street or from Duff to Kellogg around the 6th or 7th Street area, primarily where the most traffic is.
Robert, I'm sorry. We got to allow people to offer
Okay.
comments. Could you draw your comments to close? I'm giving you a little bit of grace here.
Yes. Lastly, I find it highly interesting that some in our neighborhood who speak of inclusivity with yard signs stating all are welcome and love is love have such little regard to those who simply in need because of the naivety conflating between underserved or homelessness with being a threat to public safety. The Romero House and its location is where it needs to be for the guests we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment, and that is, I allowed you to continue, Robert. There was, and it's not a matter of time, but I'm going to ask that there's no personal attacks or criticism of individuals. I'm trying to saying, well, if so-and-so, you have, so I love someone that they're not being this way. We're talking about an issue about rezoning. And I think I made it very clear. I think that people do support the mission. It's more or less what the impact is going to be on the neighborhood. So I just want to make sure that as we go forward, please be careful in terms of what you share, either for or against this. So is there anybody else? So I appreciate your comments and I appreciate your public service that you did for many, many years. And you're both very eloquent. Appreciate your comments. So anybody else that wants to speak? And what I could do is if we could try and get, it's not an issue about the Romero House. It's basically we're talking about is a text amendment and the impact it's going to have either pro or con in this neighborhood. That's why I'm trying to keep it away from just being specifically Romero House, but I understand exactly what you're saying. I think it was actually was in order what you did share. So anybody else who wants to speak in favor, please. Again, if you just introduce yourself and then you begin, and I just ask you try and limit your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Hello, my name is Liam Erickey. I'm one of the living Catholic workers at the Romero House. I just want to emphasize something that David said of it's not like nonprofits are not a lucrative business. There's not a lot of us in the kids. We don't make a lot of money. And so I think something that should be remembered is people aren't really chomping at the bit to get into the neighborhood. A huge reason that we're asking for this is because we're already here. We were able to purchase a property that was affordable for our organization to hopefully expand our services. And that is simply why we're asking is because we're already here. We were able to purchase another property here, and it's not that 1,000 services are trying to get in here. So that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? And I also would just interject that if you agree with the previous person, there's no need to repeat what people say because we've heard what people said. But please go ahead and start introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Dwayne Shrunk. I live at 709 Clark. And I just wanted to tell you that I had the opportunity to go out and I was part of the people collecting signatures. And you guys already talked about a lot of people are for the Romero House. But one thing I never heard out in the public was opposition to the text amendment. At all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Well, I have a list of people I believe have an opposing view. And I think I want to start with Peter Hollick. I know, Peter, you've written us several emails, and maybe you're speaking for the neighborhood as well, too. So if you want to introduce yourself, and then you may start.
My name's Peter Halleck. I'm at 114 8th Street, and I am the person that didn't follow through on getting the word out. So
I didn't know that, and that wasn't meant to be
okay. No, that's but I will take responsibility with the group. I didn't see the email, and it was pointed out to me that I had been notified about 3 weeks later, and I went back and found it at that time. But I very much appreciate that the planning and zoning did proceed with getting out a postcard that did a good job of getting the word out, although the details of it, I think there's a lot of misinformation in the discussions I've heard. But I am one of the people that is in total support of the Romero House, and I would like to see the facility at the corner of the Orange House, as they refer to, at 702 Clark, allowed. I think the fact that it is immediately across the street from the neighborhood commercial zone where it could have been allowed anyway, I have a little problem with uses being established and operating for several years before they come. I don't mean that as a personal attack. It's just part of my only resistance to moving forward on this is just the tactics, or whether they were inadvertent or not. I do like option 2, which would allow the properties along that are, I think the word is in the council action form, says abut the commercial zone. And I would point out that when we say not in my backyard, that if you go over to the Duff end of that neighborhood commercial, houses that abut would be practically in my backyard. They'd be about 100 feet away from my backyard. But because I'm at the north end of the block that the south end of it faces on 7th. I see that as a possibility. What the mayor mentioned of just including the two, the YSS and the Romero House lots in the neighborhood commercial, it seems like a little bit of playing games with voters, but it would very definitely minimize the impact on the. I have a real concern with the idea of putting in some kind of proximity thing where how the social service providers cannot be within so many feet of each other, because if our whole neighborhood is opened up and there's that kind of provision, it just means they're going to scatter all through the neighborhood, assuming there are more than one that are interested. I think.
Could you draw your comments to close, please?
Gloria's comment about changing the underlying zoning is something I don't know why our underlying zoning is RM instead of urban core RM. It certainly seems Old Town is urban core, if anything is urban core. But so I think there is a way to move forward on this, and I encourage the council to consider other ones that would minimize the impact.
Thank you, Peter. All right, so to speed things up, and this is not to preclude anyone from speaking to council, those who would be supportive of Peter's comments, would you please raise your hands? Okay, very good. All right, Denise Denton, you signed up. Do you want to come and speak? And I'm going to start implementing. I'll give you a 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll say you have 30 seconds. I'm going to ask people only because there are quite a few people who want to speak, and I think that we can keep this thing moving. So Denise,
Okay.
please
All
go
right.
ahead.
We'll be fast. I have a unique relationship with all of this because once upon a time I lived at the original shelter at YSS. That was my job in college and out of college. But at that time, and that was our only shelter, it was very understood within the agency that we were to melt into the community. We were to melt into that resident that residential area, and we were to be good neighbors. As we evolved, of course, we bought property close because that's what we could afford. That's what was available. But it was never our intent to become the community. The idea was that we were community, quote unquote, corrections, meaning that by living in a stable community, a stable neighborhood, young people would have the opportunity to have a feeling of belonging and competency, and they would be better citizens accordingly. But recognizing that we should not become our own community within that community. In other words, our goal was never to be high intensity, and I still feel that way because a high density of any kind of commercial opportunity or social services can become its own entity then, and it changes the flavor and it can change the characteristic of a neighborhood. My goal here is to just say to be cautious about that because it can happen. And I know that over time it has happened somewhat with YSS that way, and it's one of the reasons that the changes are taking place with that. But as a resident of Old Town as well, and have been for 44 years and a resident of Ames for over 5, I've watched that evolve, and I think there have been lessons learned and that we should keep that in mind because when we don't remember history, well, it gets ugly. So, it has the potential to destabilize. I shouldn't say ugly.
Are
That's
you in
the wrong
favor of
word.
any? Are you in favor of any of the alternatives?
I am in favor of not so many social services all in one spot.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we have Debbie and David Carter.
We're not together. We each have comments.
Well, we are.
We are together, but we have our own personal comments.
Well, I'll give each of you a minute and a half. How's that sound?
That does not sound well.
Well, you already emailed.
Pardon me.
I sent a letter to the mayor and
Yeah,
council.
and that's just the other thing too. If you send an email, we would ask that you would summarize other comments because we have read your emails, but you please go ahead.
Yeah, I sent email to the mayor and council, Gloria, and made a number of points different than what I have here. I've come up with 3 pages that really need to be considered. So I'm just going to start at the very end and tell you, you need to table this because you don't have enough information. You don't have the background. I worked on this. I had a lot of help, but it took 8 years to get this conservation overlay established. And I was the petitioner that initiated this end result. I've analyzed every property in this neighborhood, and I could lecture you for a day. So you need to table it. You need to have the staff gather more information on social service providers, where they are in the community, so we know, and where they are in this neighborhood and what they do. So we know what that picture looks like. We need to know exactly where they can locate. And I'm not sure Kelly made it clear, but I believe the highway-oriented commercial is a site, and there is a large amount of highway-oriented commercial around downtown, south of downtown, and east and west. And like Kelly says, there's a lot of residential properties in that highway-oriented commercial that is available. There's a problem with your process and the zoning code. Get my glasses. Section 29-1102, paragraph 2, Kelly. With regard to zoning applications and proposed zoning ordinance amendments that affect proposed or designated landmarks and historic districts, and you would have to argue that this affects an historic district because the amendment affects 90% of the properties in the historic district. The Historic Preservation Commission shall consider such applications and/or amendments prior to consideration by the Zoning Board of Adjustment or by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So this should have gone to the Historic Preservation Commission before it went to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Your notification.
Mr. Carter, you're at 3 minutes. I'll certainly give you another
I'm
minute.
going to take a few more. Your notification may have met the letter of the law, but it did not meet the intent, and you've discussed that. And while it may be practical to notify a neighborhood board member, that the neighborhood boards do not have the budget nor really the responsibility to notify everybody in the neighborhood. And Peter shouldn't have to apologize for that at all. The other problem I see here hasn't been addressed is there's 2 social service providers in this overlay already that were not there when overlay was enacted in the year 2000. And that's Food at First and the Good Neighbor Association or Good Neighbor Assistance, both in the Clark in the southern edge there. Now, unless they received a variance or approval by the council, they are in violation of the code. So my question is, did they receive that?
You're recommending we get rid of Food at First? Is
No,
that what you're-
I'm asking the process,
That's not-
the
that's not-
process by which they were
You asked a
permitted.
question.
Yeah.
We'll write the question down. We're not going to have a parrying back and forth.
No, we don't have
Would
to.
you Please,
But
please provide your comments.
rhetorically, Mayor, if they were permitted by some process, they were then permitted individually. And so the Romero House could follow that same process and not require a text amendment that affects every property in the overlay. So that needs to be addressed. And that's the reason I would like you to table this, get the information, get the public input. I have plenty, and other people do as well. And then we can make an informed decision and reach some consensus on what the best route would be.
Thank you. Debbie?
Thank you. I am my own person. So I would just like to say 2 things real quick. I know we're not responding to other comments, but my neighborhood is anything but stagnant. We fought hard for our rezoning when our neighborhood was slumlords and decaying houses and on the verge of going under. And our biggest, the entity the most against our rezoning at the time was the chamber, because they see valuable land for reinvestment, and the realtors wanted to build new. And that was a real long, hard fight. But since that zoning happened, our neighborhood has flourished. But it is still vulnerable. It is in no way stagnant. It is very diversified. And there are no social services lining up at the door because they all know they're not permitted there. They haven't had the chance to just buy property and start working. I don't know, and I wonder why. A property was purchased by an entity with a very capable and professional and accomplished board that knows the zoning. How does one know they have approval before they ask for it? And I know you don't want me to be unpleasant, but in the past, we learned with our zoning, when there wasn't an answer on the table, it was because it's what the chamber wanted. And we know, and we've been told, that the businesses don't want the homeless that we have right by me downtown. Putting them in this north space saves a lot of economics for them down there, and it hurts a lot of families up here. Actually, having all three agencies in a row has just made a trifecta of homeless people that never seem to move. We get them all the time. But, okay, so my new point, because I didn't have time to go through everything I wrote, I would just like to say I didn't notice in the packet, an economic cost of this action. So I looked to figure out what that might be, because I think we count. We might not be able to whoa, but we count. So I didn't even know I touched that. So I found that in general, which we can't really apply here, our realtors would have to do it, but they have found a 7% property diminished value within 500 foot of a homeless service provider, and 17% when there are two. And we must remember that they're breaking two zoning things if they get this, because there is the Rosedale, there will be the Romero house, and they're not allowed to be close together either. So it wasn't just assuming one thing was going to go under, it's another. Which the most important thing is to point out that they don't need to rezone our whole neighborhood and allow homeless services by any new house they want to buy. Because I think they can ask for variance, right? And that would be, they could come before you and prove their case if they could get a variance, and the rest of the neighborhood would still be secure. So I don't understand the overkill. I don't know who is behind needing to rezone our whole neighborhood for one property. That's a lot of power, and it's not needed. So I ask you to deny it and ask them to go through a different process and reevaluate it under variance. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Julie Cruz?
Good evening. I just want to say thank you for the postcards, because even though that wasn't the normal process, it's helpful when a text amendment is such a targeted area like this. I understand you can't do that in general text amendments when it's applicable to the entire community citywide, but thank you for the postcards for our neighborhood to be, so that we could understand what's going on better. I'd also like to start by saying, this isn't specific to social services. This is specific to a new use being possible within the neighborhood which I live. I understand the neighborhood I live in. It's diverse. I love it. Across the street from me is a church, a threeplex, a YSS house. Like, I love my diverse neighborhood. I am concerned, though, that what that means for the neighborhood when you add another use in, whether it's permitted outright or with a conditional use permit. Having written and read lots of conditional use, special use permits, not only in Ames, but other communities, it tends to be a one-size-fits-all list of conditions, and that doesn't fit every use that comes before you. I would say I would like to see the council to consider 3 or 5. I understand that that's not ideal for the Romero House today and their operations. However, I feel like there's a lot of unintended consequences that can happen with some of the other options. You know, the one with making them adjacent to the commercial, while on the forefront, that sounds like a great idea, because then they won't go any further north or west. But not just with this use, but if you did that with other uses, then what other needs are you creating? Or what other kinds of intensification are you putting on services in that neighborhood and how is that impacting traffic? How is that not only multimodal traffic? We're not talking just cars, but property values. I would argue that this neighborhood is one of the last affordable neighborhoods in the community. So if you allow different uses to come in that start chopping up the homes or remodeling, then it makes it that much harder for a single family or a single owner to come in later to convert that back to single family residential. some other things to think about for the conditional use permit criteria would be, when we could regulate home occupations, only a certain percentage of the house could be used for that purpose. Since we're talking about social services specifically tonight, I would say, is there a capacity or an occupancy? They need to be enforceable, whatever the criteria are. It's hard to not talk about Romero House. All surface social services operate differently in the way they're going to want to operate at 709. Homelessness and the needs of the community, whether you're homeless or not, a warm meal, a shower, those needs are not going to go away. They're only going to increase in our society, unfortunately. So what happens when they're the only house that offers a shower and a warm meal, right? That brings everybody that needs those or wants those services to this location. So I don't know if separation is the answer. I think an on-site person that has some ownership of the home being there 24 hours is a reasonable request for this type of provider. As Kelly mentioned in the staff report and in his explanation tonight, there are services in our neighborhood that don't meet this definition, but do operate similarly and provide needs to people that don't otherwise have their own home, their own car, their own support system. So it's unfortunate that social service is getting singled out in this conversation, but I just want to emphasize, I think we need to pause and really talk about the unintended consequences and what we can do to minimize those for any type of future use that comes into the neighborhood in the future.
Thank you. Kathy, I think it's Mao, M-O-U, excuse me.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Kathy Moe. I live on 722 Clark, and I've been a homeowner in the historic district for the last 10 years. And me and my fiance are concerned about the changes to the character of the neighborhood. The neighborhood has been a safe place for people and kids to walk around, but now we're seeing a higher transient population. People have stopped me to ask where to find the shelter, in this case, Romero House. We saw a news article that a man walking his dog was assaulted by a homeless man near downtown Ames, and I have a copy of the article that was published in Story County News on September 11th. We also had a homeless man sleeping on our porch in broad daylight. This was in July 12th, and we got a trespass notice for that. We feel the city should work more actively to provide services for people in need and not necessarily rely on charities. We also feel the city should work to address the root causes of poverty, including the high cost of home ownership. And opening the single-family conservation zone to other uses of homes increases the odds that a family will be outbidded by a non-single-family entity. The SFC overlay contains the historic district. It is expensive to maintain a historic home. A charity might have more funds available to outbid a family on a historic home, but then not have enough ongoing funds for maintenance. And if they do, that money would be diverted from helping people. Finally, we have concerns that the current proposed overlay changes would allow unlimited use of single-family homes by social service providers without regard to concentration or location. And I'm in favor of tabling this discussion, as I see that we need a lot more research. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Kathy. Mike Dubiel, apologies if I...
You got my name correctly. I think the other people who object to permit have encapsulated my concerns. I am opposed to proceeding with rezoning the entire overlay. That's why.
Thank you, appreciate that. Dwayne Shrunk?
You already spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Shelley Ongard?
Hello,
Shelley Orngard, 928 Burnett in Ames, and I've lived in the Old Town neighborhood, North Old Town, for 27 years. It's a beautiful neighborhood. Came there because of its historic qualities and that it was a family-friendly neighborhood. I think everyone in this room recognizes the issue of homelessness being a serious one, and I do believe council and the city is interested in addressing that by virtue of the fact that you've elected to hire a homelessness consultant. And I really think we need to allow that process to work through to figure out really the best approach. I think those of us who live in the neighborhood, it's not that we don't want shelters. We have shelters. We're living with shelters in our neighborhood. But it's a matter of concentration, and can we share the burden of addressing the homelessness issue? There are plenty of people, there are plenty of neighborhoods in this area. There are, I think, a lot of well-intended people with resources who would like to see this resolved. So let's work through the process and not ask, do kind of a quick fix and say, okay, this neighborhood is the designated neighborhood to receive these social service providers.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Does anybody else want to address council?
Thank you.
Yes.
Please, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Ames residents present here, and those listening from other locations. I'm Ann Kinzel, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed zoning text amendment. But before I get to the meat of my remarks, I want to thank the mayor for pointing out that this issue goes far beyond issues of homelessness and the appropriateness of the Romero House as an institution, because I don't think this is what this is about. I reside at 720 Duff in a house built in 1883 that we have extensively transformed from its former status as the home of Ames Access, a social service agency. It's safe to say that our family has spent significant time and treasure restoring this house to something approximating its original beauty. It's also safe to say that we would not have embarked on this restoration journey if the historic Old Town and the single-family conservation overlay districts had not existed when we purchased the property. At its most basic, zoning laws regulate land use and property development. But there are additional zoning law functions at issue with the proposed text amendment. Zoning provides information to prospective residential buyers to help guide the most important purchase most of us will ever make: acquiring a home. Zoning not only regulates how land is used, it provides us with information we need to make crucial decisions. How many families would have purchased homes in the historic Old Town District and the single-family overlay districts without the expectation that the number of quasi-commercial uses or multifamily buildings was limited to what existed when the home overlay was enacted? Damn few, I think. When Ames Romero House purchased 702 Clark on May 22nd, 2024, notice of the zoning limitations on the property was provided to them, as per all purchases. In Romero's letter to the council dated May 24, 2024, a mere 2 days later after closing on the sale, Romero House stated its intent to use the property specifically for hospitality and an office. I don't know about everyone here, but I think buying a property with significant known limitations was an awful big bet for a small organization. But I digress. A fundamental purpose of law and regulation is also to provide certainty in the transactional process. Laws are subject to change, as they should be. Still, I see no justification to change our current approach to this unique Central Ames neighborhood, an approach that would open up the entire neighborhood to quasi-commercial uses and destroy forever the unique character and investments made since the mid-1990s. I ask that you deny the proposed text amendment and retain the provisions of the single-family conservation overlay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anybody else wants to address council? Please. Why don't you go, you please first, and then you can go ahead. If you want to come up here in front and wait.
Hi, my name is Kate Gregory. I live at 803 Kellogg. Many of you have seen letters I've written, and I appreciate your response. I also really appreciate the city's actions that they took to address some of the concerns that were raised earlier. I just want to say one quick thing. I don't think the city really understands the extent of social service providers that already exist in our community. Originally, the city told the Planning and Zoning Commission that there were 2. I corrected them. Then the guidance you have says that there are 4, but I will tell you, within 3 blocks of my house at 803 Kellogg, there are 6. There are 6 lots that are used for social service providers. Kelly would disagree, and I don't challenge him because you have a very, very narrow definition of what a social service provider is. But one house was recently bought, and it's very clear, they've made no bones about it. It's going to be used for unhoused women, and another is used to support domestic violence victims. And so I think that just represents the fact that the city does not really have an idea of what the situation is in our community. And continuing to approve or allow, by not enforcing existing rules, additional community service providers to operate has a really big impact on the quality of our community. And our community is supposed to be single and 2-family houses, a zone for that, with some short-term rentals. But you are blind, or you're not acting on the fact that what we have today and what you are contemplating allowing will just continue to erode that provision. And I hope that you will either consider options 3 or 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Keith Coots. I live at 621 7th Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I want to speak for those people who are outside of Old Town. We live on 7th Street, just outside of the Old Town overlay. And the discussions tonight have largely centered on the impact of Old Town. Well, we're also talking about those of us who live west of Clark on 7th Street, particularly those of us on the north side of that road. So when we look at some of the plan language here, alternative 2, for example, would allow concentration of services along commercially designated areas. With the 2040 land use plan, the south side of where I live would be that. So we're not just talking about the pink area here, or purple, whatever color that is. We're also talking potentially about a number of homes and residences in the future who could be impacted by the decision that's being asked tonight. So my opinion is that the text amendment should be modified and no action taken tonight. And that of the alternatives provided in the staff report, thank you, alternative 3, if it's carefully considered, provides the strongest safeguards to the residential character of the neighborhood and against unrestrained concentration of social services uses, which, as we have heard tonight, covers a broad number of purposes, not just that which is being contemplated by the Romero House. We do not support Amendment 2 because it could still allow, and nobody has that crystal ball to know, but it could still allow a high concentration of social services providers of whatever provision that would be covered along 7th Street, especially in the other areas of 7th Street. We support adding reasonable restrictions, whether it be a separation or a concentration requirement. That to me is a minimum requirement. We do support not allowing approval of one application to mean subsequent applications can be summarily approved. Our concern is that if this goes through as a special use permit, and I know we're not talking about Romero House, but it's Romero House who brought this to the table today, so they can't be taken out of the equation. My concern is that it sets a precedent and that the Zoning Board of Adjustment will have lessened ability or incentive to deny future applications. I can see the use of the argument. The Romero House application was approved. Why are you not supporting mine? And that becomes a hard argument to defend. So again, I ask that you table this discussion, accept alternate 3, go back to the drawing board, and I echo a lot of the other comments that have been made tonight in that regard. Let's do this with an open mind, but also with the facts at hand before a critical decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Ethan Marty. I purchased a house here back in 2020. It was a 100-year-old home at the time, and I spent a lot of money remodeling the inside and also fixing up and improving the outside. And I now have a young family. I have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. And there's not a lot of other families like ours in the community. When we walk around, it seems like every other house is a rental or social service. And within a 2-block radius of my house, there are 5 social service buildings. And now I understand that they were there when I purchased the property, but now I have a family and I understand that neighborhoods change. And if it continues to change, we might leave. I mean, other communities such as Ankeny look very attractive, and our house may end up becoming another rental. So I would just ask what kind of occupancy we want in the single family conservation overlay, because it doesn't necessarily seem like it's single family occupancy. So I just want my family and other families like mine to be heard. I don't have a solution, but I want us to be heard, and I want that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Once I close public comment, we will not have any more. All right, we'll close public comment. Council?
Nobody wants to start?
What's that?
I said, nobody wants to start? Well, I'll just start by saying thank you to everyone who came and gave your input tonight. Oh, sorry. Thank you to everyone who came. Oh, got one more. One more?
I'd like to speak tonight because I started in that neighborhood when we wanted to have it nice and save the homes. This was something that the Ames wanted. They didn't want everything to go. We had seen a bank take over the most beautiful can't say when they started taking our movie place down where the kids could go down there and see a movie. We had the ability to let them go down. We had the ability to have concerts or something in that. It was beautiful. It had a casing on the top where you could sit up. It's like it was the old-fashioned, and we let it go. We let it go. we had the station. We let somebody buy it for $100, and then they took it over, and then they sealed it off from our town. That should have been something that maybe they had for the farmer's market, activities that people wanted.
First of all,
They were-
I didn't,
they were
I didn't catch,
losing
I'm
these
sorry,
things.
we didn't catch your name.
They were Barbara Budd.
Thank you. And do you have an opinion on the topic? regarding
We were working to make this a unique area. It is awful that we worked all the time. I'm right on the outside. I'm on 907 Burnett. My feeling is that we're destroying what we need to keep. Find another place. I'm sorry, I could not. I've worked many years with taking care of children. I wanted them to read. The Beloit had, when they were building the new building, I had already started trying to fill books in there for those children. They were not reading. And if they did read, there was nothing to read that was worthwhile. So my husband and I spent time, and we got a library that was about 8,000 books for the children up there.
Ma'am, we really appreciate that.
In the
In
time
your
that we,
efforts, can you draw your comments to a close?
in the time that we were there, those children went from picture books to everything above third grade reading. There was nothing bad in there. I had people reading and making sure that those children were seeing things at the time that they read it, they understood it. It was time for them to know it. I don't like bad things in a library. I have not sat back and watched Ames grow. I've tried to help it grow. We have been in this area a good
I give you a lot of
55
grace.
years.
It's all right. You're at 5 minutes.
55
Would you
years.
please,
Okay.
please draw your comments
I'll
to a close,
finish.
right? Please, thank you.
55 years. We have it that it's for kids, one family. Please keep it. Don't lose another thing, because you cannot come down here and say, this is the historic center if
Thank
you
you.
don't take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your efforts that you made to teach kids and give them books. So, all right, we're going to move on. Brahman, please go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say again, thank you all for coming to talk. And I think it shows that everyone cares about their neighborhood, right? And this is not a far-flung neighborhood from me. I'm I'm in UCRM, just west of Grand, but I am also a resident of this area. I'll let someone else talk for a while.
Anita?
I agree with the sentiment that we really appreciate having heard from everyone that was able to come out or to send emails. It's important to us to hear from the community. I know My preference at this point is to get some additional information, and I do not know at what point we might have the information from the study that has been requested related to our homeless population in Ames, but that is a piece that I would be interested in having. Although I am also interested in the amendment that might allow a very small area for the Romero House to operate. So I'm open.
Mayor, could we do a 5-minute recess?
We'll reconvene at, we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes. All right, we're going to continue on now.
Are we watching Disney?
Amber, do you have a what? What thoughts do you have, Amber?
I have thoughts. I'm not sure I will be entirely as eloquent as I want to be, but I appreciate a lot of what's been said tonight. For those of you that don't know me, I work for a human service provider, so this issue is very close to my heart because I personally feel a deep sense of responsibility, both as a council person, as a community member, as a member of a neighborhood, that we should provide opportunities for our most vulnerable populations to live in healthy and vibrant areas. And there's a reason why providers want to be downtown. It provides you so much access to the center of the community. You have access to transportation, you have access to medical care, you have access to other providers. And that connection to other providers is so vital for the people who need services and need supports. And the strength of a neighborhood and the strength of a community is what enables Ames to have such a wide network of amazing human service providers. And I think we are often looked upon by other communities because we have such a unique way of supporting those providers through partnerships with the city and the university and the county. And so I will support tabling this and getting more information and providing more outreach to the neighborhood and the community. But I think we're going to be back in this exact same spot in a few weeks. And I'm not sure that unless there are really a willingness to understand the work that the providers are doing and the reason why it's so important to be in neighborhoods, that we're going to be able to move past some of the barriers that we're at tonight. I really appreciated what Denise said. She has the perspective of working for a provider as well about how we need to melt into the community. And part of that ability to melt is dependent upon the neighborhood and community embracing the populations that we're serving and welcoming them as well. So I hope that the continued conversations can get us to a point where we can find some consensus. But I don't feel like we're going to be able to get to that point with where we're at tonight.
Rachel?
I thought that was very eloquent, and I would echo a lot of your same sentiments. I would be supportive of tabling this to another night. I am very grateful for everyone for emailing and sending us their thoughts and coming tonight. And I think if more time allows us to explore some of the different options or try to find a compromise, I think that's what we should be trying to do. But yeah, I would be supportive of giving us some more time to figure this out.
Tim?
I'll echo the gratitude. It's fun for us to see a room full of people. We think that the work that we're doing is important to the community, and over the last probably 5 years, there's been a real decline in engagement. And so this is really fun for us to see people coming thoughtfully prepared, having weighed the issues, and giving us input to help us make good decisions. So thank you for those who've emailed, spoken, and just those who showed up tonight. Also want to thank Kelly for an outstanding report to help us think through this. So a couple things. When I analyze something like this, I analyze it from the perspective of how would I view this if I was in your shoes. So I think properly analyzing a proposal means that we try to contextualize this and think, how would I respond if I was living in that area? And I actually did live in Old Town. So I lived in Old Town from 1997 to 2000, so 3 years. We had 2 children at the time. And I loved Old Town, and I still have a deep place in Old Town. I thought to myself, if I could find a way to do this, I would love to move back into Old Town. I love it that much. So a lot of the things that you shared tonight were hit home with me about the wonderful aspect about this. What we're called upon to do today is the hard stuff of council. So anyone can do the consent agenda. The hard part is the balancing of different interests. And so on the one hand, we have the balance of the need for maintaining quality of life issues in the neighborhood, which I deeply appreciate. On the other hand, we have to think broadly. So we don't get to just think about the neighborhood. If we did, then there's only one side of the equation and game over. We decided. We have the hard part because we don't get to think of just one side. We have to think holistically about the entire community, and that's what is the hard part. And so there's one constituency that really isn't here tonight to speak, and I just want to say a word about, and that is the people who use the Romero House, right? And I was blown away by the number of people that use this. I mean, if even half those numbers are accurate, but that's a lot of people. And I think some of this is out of sight, out of mind. I think as a community, we're still trying to come to terms with the scope of the homelessness problem that we have. We see glimpses of it, but I think that there's a broader problem. And that's why as a council, we've enlisted help to try to help us think through this. So what I'm looking for, if possible, is areas of compromise. And that means some people like my answer, some people are not. But I think we need to find a way to reach compromise here. And for me, I think that option 2 of limiting this, so I am not in favor of seeing additional social services being spread broadly through Old Town. So I'm sensitive to that. I agree with that. But I do think it makes some sense to have some area of limitation. Even Peter suggested that was, at least with him, an agreeable solution. I thought the mayor's idea was brilliant of saying, well, if these are the issues of these 2 properties, let's solve the problem and just move the boundary. So I would be supportive of option 2 or the mayor's proposal of changing the lines. I came in here thinking that maybe we would need more information. Oh my stars, I don't know how much more information. I think this is Amber's point. I don't know how much more information we could really get. You've been so articulate. I feel very strongly that we've had a very robust conversation. Frankly, this is one of those moments I'm very proud of Ames. Just that this is what we do. We roll up our sleeves and we work through things. But I'm trying to find a solution. But I think that, again, keeping in mind the people that aren't here, aren't articulating the benefit they receive from a mayor house, I want to think about those people as well. And I believe they need to find a place at the table. And I think option 2 for the mayor's proposal does that.
Thank you. Gloria?
I don't disagree with much of what's been said, and I appreciate Amber for laying things out so clearly initially. I also feel that extending this discussion by tabling the item might be a good idea, but not necessarily because we are going to come to a resolution that will satisfy the needs of the neighborhood or Romero House. I don't know what we would decide, but I think that the process for a neighborhood that has such a history of fighting for the preservation of the area deserves more time and consideration. I feel like the process, even though it seems to have been what was necessary, was not as orchestrated as it could have been. And I think it looks bad for us to not make sure that we leave time for those people who maybe didn't see that postcard or who happened to be out of town tonight and unable to give input. I do think, I'm not sure, but I do think that Dave Carter's points about the process regarding the Historic Preservation Commission are interesting points. I don't know what to say about those because I don't know that section of code. And that's one of the things I'd like to know more about because this does impact the historic district. I also think that Julie Gould's suggestion that we consider carefully those unintended consequences is important. And we can do that better with more time and more input, especially from our consultant and from outreach in the neighborhood. And I really appreciate Ann Kinzel's point about what zoning is for, that it allows us to plan, and if we're purchasing a home, to understand something about what might be allowed to go in next to our house as an allowable use. And I think that one of the things that perhaps I want to say annoys me, and I'm going to admit to that, it annoys me that the Romero House has purchased a second property without doing what many of the homeowners did, which was to look into what that neighborhood zoning was like and to understand what was allowable and what wasn't. I'm afraid I'm a rule follower, and so I don't like it when people do things and then ask for forgiveness. And this is what this feels like to me, and I'm trying to get past that. I really do want to understand the situation of the zone and the consequences of either option 2 or option 3. I'm not really in favor of option 1 at this point, and I think I would like to have more information in order to consider the other options, especially because I think staff has insights that they can provide to us as well.
Thank you. Want to say anything else, or you're good?
No, I think I'm so stuffy now. I think everyone made really good points, so I don't have anything to add.
Thanks, Brown. All right, so here's what I heard is that there seems to be some interest in tabling the decision. And I'm going to ask that if this is going to be the motion, I think we need some specific direction on what we're going to try to accomplish by tabling it. I don't think that there's anyone thinking that we're going to try and convince one side or the other of something.
Right.
So I guess the question becomes is what additional information is council looking for? Because I think it's important to identify that. Otherwise, I think we're going to be in the same, as your point, we'll be in the same point 2 weeks or 4 weeks, and we'll be doing the same thing. What process do you expect staff to follow? And Anita, you mentioned something about the, for the homeless study. I'm just wondering how that's going to really impact this particular decision, because again, we're talking about a overlay, a text amendment versus, I don't think anyone's questioning the need, for the services. And Gloria, I heard from you about, understand the unintended consequences that Julie mentioned, outreach into the neighborhood, and or understand implications of alternative 2 or 3. So if that is indeed the motion, I am going to ask that there's specificity included so we know where we're going. And I think the other thing is that for those who came and spoke, their opinions may or may not change. And I don't think there's going to be much value in just having it all over again a second time, essentially. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't get public input in a forum, but I guess what additional information do you need? So with that, if someone is prepared to make a motion,
Well,
certainly entertain it.
I'll go ahead and try a motion and see if it gets some traction. So, Mayor, I think that your proposal was brilliant. It is the smallest footprint of impact on the Old Town area and achieves the goal. So I would move, and I may need some help in wordsmithing this, but I would move that, Kelly, maybe you can help, that the zoning map be modified to allow the 2 Romero properties to be considered in a commercial area.
Well, wait. Okay, before just a second. The 2 Romero properties are, the one that my suggestion was the 702 Clark and the YSS property that are basically back to back. The 709 property would jump over the corner property, right, Kelly? The 2 Romero properties are not back to back. They're actually.
They're not, right. So where the cursor is the 702 Clark property. And like you said, YSS is directly east of there.
But the 709 is up
709
to
is in the middle of
right
700 block.
So the motion is that both Romero properties that would expand larger than what I was suggesting. I was just trying to catch those 2 lots immediately to the north of Fairway, YSS, and the 1 Romero property essentially. Because
the one Romero property, the
709,
the one that's abutting YSS,
right,
is the one in which they want to have the social services
correct
provided. The other one is residential use, and so
right.
that one is already okay. So it's just those 2 properties that you mentioned
right.
that are the ask.
So I apologize for interrupting.
And I should be more precise on the street addresses. Could you give me the street addresses again?
702 Clark, and I don't know the address of YSS.
Can you show the line you're talking about? I'm not sure we understand.
Can you zoom in on that?
Yeah, I can. Just a second here. So
703 Burnett.
703 what? Excuse me.
Burnett.
703 Burnett. Thank you.
So the mayor's proposal is to take a commercial designation with a neighborhood commercial zoning, 1 property north on Burnett, which is this YSS property, and then extend that boundary over to Clark and include the 702 Clark property and then bring it back down on Clark. So it'd be just 2 properties between 6th and 7th, or Burnett and Clark.
So that would be my motion.
Just,
I'll second so we can
Okay.
discuss.
just so you understand, Kelly's got to explain this. You can't just do it by a motion. What will set the process in place then? We're talking about a reason.
If that was
and
the
you start-
motion and nothing's tabled, the motion then is to begin a comprehensive plan amendment process. To look at changing that to commercial to get to a commercial zoning district in the future.
So it change, you have to go through the whole process for changing the plan.
Yep.
And then the rezoning too, ultimately. Right?
Yep. So it'd be a two-step
Starting
process,
all over again.
2 levels of public hearings to discuss the general nature of the change, then the specifics of the rezoning requests.
So you're only taking the 4 properties? Is that what is?
2 properties.
2 properties.
And then to be clear, I think you know, in NC, the use is permitted. It's not a special use permit.
Right.
I'm not sure that that's the right approach still for compatibility to the neighborhood because you're no longer reviewing the operations of the use in any way whatsoever. So maybe there's a combination of amending the text of NC plus changing it to NC. There's a lot of
That's
steps here
helpful.
to isolate it, and it can be done, but there's many steps
Now explain what
they
you
would
just
need to
said
go
now.
through. So I think one of the key things of the original request was if it was to be permitted on any property, it could not begin operating without a review of the exact operations of that facility through the zoning board of adjustment, right? That's the special
You're
use.
talking about a special use permit process.
Correct.
And tied to it.
Correct. In NC, there is no current special use permit. You move into the building, you meet
Right.
building code, you're good to go.
So how would you accomplish that with the mayor's
I think you'd have to consider whether you change the use allowance in NC to be a social service provider by special use permit, but now you're also impacting every other NC property. Now there's not very many. It's not as prevalent of a zoning district, but there are a few other places in town where it is also zoned at. So we'd have to look at that and see what that means.
Well, I appreciate that. And I believe that there's protection for the neighborhood with the special use permit. I think there's an element of benefit to that. So I will withdraw this motion and just simply move alternative 2.
Alternative 2 was to only permit the properties abutting adjacent to an existing commercial zone to be eligible to apply for a special use permit.
And would you outline where that would be then?
So that would include these 4 properties along Clark. And then it would include, I think, 13 properties from Clark extending over to Duff
It's a
Avenue.
lot broader.
All right, motions are made. Is there a second? Motion died for lack of a second.
I'm not necessarily opposed, but I think I've heard from the others that they want more time. And so I do support option 2 there. I think I want to defer to those on council who've asked for a little more time to think about it. When it comes back to us, I would be in favor of that option unless we've been presented with a better one. But I think I heard from the rest of council that they wanted some more time to think about it.
So I appreciate that. And that comes back to what, if we're going to table it, what specifically do we want to be brought back to council that's new or fresh, that's not included in the current CAF?
Yeah.
And so maybe it is, what are the implications for rezoning those 2 pieces of property? And maybe Kelly could lay that out, and maybe that would be helpful to kind of accomplish. And it doesn't make it quite as broad across all those properties.
And I did want to touch on one thing, and maybe Kelly can correct me if I'm wrong too, but the question was put out about how this didn't end up at historic preservation before it went to planning and zoning as a concept. And my guess is, and Kelly can answer more thoroughly after I make my guess, but because we're not expecting the exteriors or the structures of the house to be affected, because the historic elements of that overlay are still in place. And so even if a social service provider were to purchase a home, they still have to meet all the exterior guidelines that the Historic Commission has sway over. Is that right?
So my interpretation was essentially that this is a use question. HPC has no dominion over use, only architectural design.
Right.
So just as you said, if there was a change to the building or the property, Chapter 31 historic overlay at specifically 702 Clark would still apply.
Yeah. So that was my understanding for why it didn't go to historic preservation, is because those elements would still be secured.
And that was my interpretation. It was quoted correctly. The phrases affect the scope of Chapter 31 of the HPC as architectural design. So I did not believe it related to their scope.
All right, we're at 2 hours on this item. Let's draw this to a close. I'd like to get a motion on what we're going to move forward. So someone else have a motion they wish to bring forward?
Mayor, I would rather not make the motion because I'm not sure that I'm being heard clearly. But one of the things I would like information on is the accurate number of social service providers in this overlay, because we've heard different numbers from different people.
According to the
So
definition.
I'd like to know that.
According to the definition of a social service provider?
Well, I suppose so, because that's what we're talking about, right? The use.
I mean, the use is defined in the zoning ordinance, so that's where I would work from, yes.
I'm just saying, nonprofit agencies who provide services will not all be encompassed in that definition.
Correct.
I'm not going to make the motion because I don't need any more information. So I don't know what motion I would make other than to just table it. So.
Okay.
Well, one thing you do.
Mayor, do you need me to make the motion then if no one else at the dais is going to?
I'll get back to you. I'll have my people get back to your people. They're just like, go ahead, Steve.
Well, if you don't have any specific direction to staff, and one thing, you've got a lot of good information today. You could still table it, and we could still bring it back and make sure everybody knows when that date is. We can decide on the date with at least the 4, or maybe now we've added the mayors, right? Does that make 5 options?
Well, it's not, there's been no motion to consider it anyway.
We could bring it back with that.
That's true. That's true.
We could add it to that. And have you think about those. Maybe there's discussions. There's another one we haven't heard about yet. You could ask us to meet with the neighborhood. We could go have a meeting with them and see if there's any new ideas or get some feedback. We'd be willing to do that. I'm not sure we get any additional information, but we can help you there. So.
What? Yeah, I guess. What? Yeah, Nina?
So I would move that we table with the idea of gathering additional information from the community, just so that we are sure that everyone who wanted to speak on this issue had the opportunity, given sometimes the timing of things that we're not always allowing enough time. And with that,
excuse me, I just mentioned, when you say community, that's where it becomes
Oh.
problematic to us. We don't know what
The
date that will be. We
neighborhood.
set up a meeting, we could send out postcards to the
Yes.
neighborhood and try to, through Susan, try to publicize a meeting, just so you
Right.
understand. When you talk about the
Still
whole
might
community,
not.
I'm not sure.
oh, I'm talking
With
about
the
the
neighborhood?
neighborhood again. I'm sorry.
Okay, good.
Thank you for that correction.
No, I just want to make clarity. I'll clarify.
And with that, then bringing back the proposal of the mayor with sort of what are the pluses and deltas of that compared to the other items that we already considered, the alternatives we already considered tonight.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
I'm really with Amber on this. This is the time to make a hard decision. And kicking the can down the road, if there was really something of merit, something of substance that we would learn, so we learn how many social service providers are there. Okay. Let's make the decision now, council. I don't know what we gain.
Well, I do think that there's value in allowing for enough discourse for people to feel heard. I understand that ultimately we may not learn anything new, but that sometimes allowing for that conversation can be helpful. But that's it.
Rachel.
So yeah, one thing I would be interested in getting more information on would be the mayor's proposal plus some sort of stipulation for doing a special use permit process. I don't think on its own it would have as many benefits as the special use process that's in alternative 2. And then kind of on alternative 3, I would be interested in seeing some peer communities, separation, concentration, kind of what they have compared to what we already have with the existing social services in the area, just as a point of comparison, not saying that we're going to make our decision based on that, but I think it would be a helpful point of reference for those in the neighborhood as well.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Is that okay?
Yes,
Are you amenable to
that's
that?
fine. Thank you.
Since you seconded,
Did you understand, Kelly? You-
Well, I'm sure that Carly isn't going to repeat it to us all here soon.
Kelly, you have 3 minutes to repeat the motion. All right. All right. Go ahead if you would, if you can, and we'll help coach you here. It's all right.
Yes.
So would I have to start from
Here, why don't you? There you go. I know you're not gonna like it, but you're gonna have to do it.
Can everyone hear me? No? Okay. Oh,
Almost there.
Yep. Now you got it.
now can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. There
All
you
right.
go.
So what I first had from Anita was a motion that we table with the idea of gathering additional information from the community, which was clarified to be the neighborhood. And with that, bringing back the proposal of the mayor with the pluses and deltas of that. That was seconded by Junk. And then we had a friendly amendment from Junk interested in the mayor's proposal and adding conditions on the special use permit process and for alternative 3 to see peer communities separation concentration as a point of comparison, which
Dang.
was seconded by Roland.
Dang, you're good.
Just to clarify, to get that input, you expect staff to hold the meeting.
And if I might just add that in the mayor's, just clarifying the addresses, 703 Burnett and 702 Clark should be inserted in that motion to be very clear on what we're talking about. All right, everyone understand the motion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining?
Nay.
Motion carried. All right, just to bring closure, not to commit, but we're talking about sometime early November. Is that what we're talking about? Mid-November? What are you thinking? So we have an idea of a timeline. I know that you have a lot of things on your plate.
You want to commit now, Kelly, to dates? And then-
Well, I know that we could not be back to council before November 12th,
Right.
which is the first meeting of council. I would even hesitate to want to commit to that date, not knowing what we're going to be able to set up for lead time on a public meeting. So it seems to me the earliest that we could be back to council is November 26th.
Okay, all right. And that is not a firm date, but that
Is
we
that
will
2 days
communicate
before?
that to individuals. But the point is, it's not going to be, because I know you have some other commitments later on in the month that preclude you from being able to participate.
It'll be it'll definitely be more than 2 weeks before we can ever get a meeting organized
Right.
to start
We'll
with.
work
Yeah.
with the neighborhood association, maybe Peter and the board can help us come up with a date that was satisfactory.
Yeah.
And a location. And then we can send out some postcards again.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for
So just
coming.
to
and
be
your
clear on the idea of the tabled action is it's not officially tabled in the sense that what you're really asking for is when the information is available to come back to the council, not to then agendize on tabling it and bring all the Roberts Rules of Order procedural stuff,
You're gonna
right?
close before you close. I mean,
Yes, go ahead.
I want you to
Go ahead.
clarify what happens to the 2 Romero projects now that we've started, okay?
Just to be clear, the existing property we would do no code enforcement in relation to that property, and the current proposal to move across to 702, that would not be allowed to be used for any activities that are not household living. So someone would have to live in that home for it to be occupied. You can't use it as an office. You can't use it as social services. You can't use it for anything other than residential living.
We'll make sure the neighborhood understood what could happen in those two properties.
Oh, yeah, get your. Carly, you did good for not wanting to speak in the microphone.
I just want to clarify for the neighborhood what will happen in the interim in terms of those two properties. If they have any questions, how that's going to be handled.
Yeah, so 709 Clark will be able to continue as is. There would be no code enforcement on any activities there while there's a potential of it being permissible. That's our tradition in terms of considering text amendments. And then the new property at 702 Clark, remodeling, anything consistent with the building code, those kinds of permits can be issued. No office uses, no social service activities would be permitted there because the zoning doesn't allow those things. Only a residential use can be in that home until the council makes a determination about the text amendment.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to item number 31.
Wait, there's more good meeting ahead. Can I stay for the rest of it? No? Just thought I'd ask.
I think so.
That joke gets a lot of good mileage.
Maybe not tonight.
This always happens to me, for the record.
Yeah.
You ready?
All right. Item number 31, hearing on proposal to enter into a sewer revenue loan and disbursement agreement. Corey, thank you.
Yeah, great. Before you tonight is a resolution authorizing additional action to enter into a loan disbursement agreement with the Iowa SRF program. The loan is in support of improvements to the water treatment plant, the water pollution control facility. The total amount we're seeking to have authorized is just over $65 million. Included in that, you'll note, is about $2.6 million in additional contingency. And really the point of that is to prevent future action or coming back to the city council and requiring additional authority. Recently, actually Monday, Monday we received notice that the new interest rate is at 2.68%, which is well below market rate, so a benefit to the city. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Corey. Questions?
One question, because I think this is a terrific program.
Sure.
What would we be borrowing it at if we didn't have this loan program?
You know, best case, we'd be at our GO rate, which was just under 4%. We did that a couple weeks ago.
So at that magnitude, we probably wouldn't recommend, we'd probably be doing revenue bonds, which would be higher, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably we'd be at 4 or 5, 6%.
So this is probably at least half of our borrowing costs because of this program.
Yeah, and we were fortunate that the market rates decreased over the last month or so based on the Fed rate. So positive for us.
Just a little perspective. Thanks.
Yep, thanks.
All right. I declare the public hearing on the proposal to enter into a sewer revenue loan and disbursement agreement in amount approximately $65 million to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this item? Seeing none, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution taking additional action on proposal to enter into a sewer revenue loan and disbursement agreement.
Move alternative one.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Corey. All right, move on to item number 32, hearing on FY 2022-2023 Story County Edge of Field project. Any questions for staff on this item? Seeing no questions, declare a public hearing on this item to be open. And Maddie, I understand that you'd like to address council on this particular topic, so you're welcome to proceed.
Thank you. Matty Nasuti, 521 Northwestern. I'm urging the council to vote against this money, and I'll tell you why. First of all, the council seems to project itself as an advocate of green events and green policies. This is not a green policy. This is actually the opposite of it. and I'll try to explain.
Okay.
It's been a little hard trying to figure out how this project, because in my own opinion, the county's website is really vague as to how this works. But here's what I understand it to be. We have a serious problem in the county, which is nitrates in the stream. County Conservation says there's elevated nitrates in every stream. Okay, that's the problem. So the question is, what's the solution? The solution is you need to reduce the nitrates. Now, there's two ways to do it. One is the farmers need to reduce the use of synthetic fertilizers. Instead, they go to composting. I've worked with farmers on both. Composting is the way to go. But instead, synthetic fertilizers are fast, they're cheap, and that's why they're used. But what they do is they have a negative side effect. They have nitrogen loading. And they're acidic. They destroy the soil. If you were to look at two fields side by side, one that's composting, one that uses synthetic fertilizer, the composting is rich loam, and it doesn't have runoff, and it doesn't cause nitrate problems. The other side, it's a silty, fine silty, because the nitrates destroy the soil. So what this council should be doing is promoting a green policy, which is composting, working with the farmers to do composting. Now, composting is slower, a little more cost-effective, a little more costly in the beginning, but long-term, it gives you better soil, and it gives you richer soil. So the proposal here is actually completely wrong. Also, what you're doing is this proposal is actually, it's not reducing nitrogen as much as it's managing it. It's allowing the farmers to use as much nitrogen as they want, but we're going to put barriers up and buffers and things like that. It's a downward slope. Here's the reason. As the soil declines, you need more and more nitrogen each year, synthetic. So you're never going to get ahead of the curve. The curve is to promote composting, which is what I'm asking you to do. The other thing for it is there's a dual benefit. This is almost $250,000 for an excavator. That money could buy 2 police officers, which leads to my previous request for the library. The library essentially needs 2 officers if it's going to be one full-time. You could use this money much better for public safety than you could for excavators. If you calculate tonight, this council is proposing to spend about $750,000 in all the projects combined. Not a penny that I can see is going for public safety. This money should be rejected. It should be used for public safety. And the council should embrace composting and not embrace these synthetic fertilizers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address council? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Just as a point of clarification, anyone who's watching, listening, the city of Ames is not spending a sum of money. Actually, we have grants and sources of money from NRCS, the Iowa Department of Agriculture and Land Stewardship, Story County Conservation, a significant partnership, and our total contribution is about $58,000, not $200-some thousand as well. And
just to clarify also,
Too bad, man.
our funding comes out of utility funds and could not be moved over to pay for police or police department. So they're different source of funding.
And his point about composting is great, but that's also up to the farmer. That's not up to the city. So anyway, with that said, I entertain a motion on accepting the reported bids. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Is there a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to Hands On Excavating LLC of Radcliffe, Iowa, in the amount of $221,609.07?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
I just real quick to add onto that, I'm bummed that Maddie left before they could hear your response, but also we are trying to save money by doing this because otherwise we just have to catch those nitrates at the Water Pollution Control Center, and that's the whole point. So if people are watching at home, actually we're trying to use our dollars wisely. Instead of spending more at water pollution control, we're trying to do it before those nitrates even get in the water. So it's quite a responsible use of our funding. Thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. And I think the point is too, is that Mr. Dunn has also explained that less than 7% of the nitrates that are being discharged into the streams are from wastewater treatment plants. The majority are coming from drain tile or surface runoff. And this project at $200-some thousand is probably going to accomplish a lot to help reduce the nitrates. And I think it's benefiting. So it's a dual purpose. So anyway. All right, move on to item number 33, conservation subdivision ordinance changes and stormwater modeling. Good evening.
Good
We
evening.
have a four-person panel tonight.
We do, and I'm going to introduce.
You want to introduce everybody?
Our members tonight. So to my right, we have Amelia Schoeneman, one of our planners, and then to her right is Mindy Bringleson, who you met tonight as our new municipal engineer, and then to the far right is our consultant, Greg Pierce, that we hired. He works for RDG to do the stormwater modeling in relation to the conservation ordinance changes that you're going to consider. So quick recap back in March.
Let me just make a footnote. I think, Council, you saw a letter from several developers asking if we would consider tabling this item. It's my opinion that we want to go through and take advantage of the consultant being here, go through the full presentation, take any public input that might be, and then I'm going to be asking that it's be tabled for potentially a month to give the some of those that will be affected chance to crunch some numbers and be in dialogue. So just because we're going through this and having public input doesn't mean that it's going to be a slam dunk. We're going to go ahead and move forward on it. We want to take time to get good information on this. So anyway, go ahead, Kelly.
Really quick recap again. Back in March, the council had a letter from the AEDC, from their short-term housing task force that addressed a number of development issues, but specifically targeted the conservation ordinance. And the map that we have up represents 3 potential future subdivisions that are within the Ada Hayden watershed that are subject to what's known as the conservation subdivision ordinance. And what that ordinance does, it has enhanced open space requirements and some other layout and design requirements for the purpose of encouraging additional stormwater treatment measures that could be incorporated into a development that also work along with our regular standard municipal code chapter 5B stormwater requirements. At that time, staff looked at a few of the issues and said we could look at supporting some of the changes. But 2 issues that we were not sure how they would affect the watershed were things that could increase actual density, which would increase yield off the property and help developers finance projects. And the 2 issues that we eventually came back to get direction on in June was a scope of work for RDG to analyze the change in the open space requirement to reduce it from the 25% down to 10, and that's our typical standard in single family zoning areas, in new single family zoning. And then to look at eliminating the 80% of lots mandatorily along open space. And again, those 2 issues seem like the most likely way additional development would occur out here. There's some other issues that we are already in agreement with can be modified. So this was the focus of the study. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amelia and Greg to recap the results of the study.
Yes, so as Kelly mentioned, there are 2 main changes studied. The first was the change to the open space from 25 to 10%. This change did impact impervious coverage because it would reduce open space, therefore allowing greater density, more lots. And as a result, it would increase volumes of runoff, leaving the site. For the 100-year event, that might be around 2%. For smaller storms, it'd be 5 to 6%. Just in terms of scale, what that looks like for the 100-year event, that would represent less than 1% of Ada Hayden Lake's volume. So while it's a small amount in scale of the lake, that extra volume does carry additional pollutants as it runs off a site. And while that's better than unmitigated farm field runoff, it is still more pollutants than you would have with a lower density subdivision. So the recommendation would be to, if this open space requirement is reduced, have certain enhanced water quality protection practices in the ordinance be required so that these practices would treat specific pollutants of concern. So for instance, we'd have practices required if phosphorus was a concern or metals was a concern. And these could be used in a series, so not just one, but in a series so that their efficacy is improved. And that would allow us to balance reducing the open space with protecting water quality in Ada Hayden. The second change, the elimination of 80% of lots abutting open space. This,
I have a question.
yes,
So
go ahead.
Should we take questions here? 'Cause these seem
Um,
like two separate issues.
You okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
So, we're going to need you guys to really boil this down to a way in which, as policymakers, we can do this cost benefit analysis. So it's not enough to just say there will be some impact. I'll spot you on that. But that doesn't give us any tools to be able to think about the balancing that we're asked to do. So somehow, and it doesn't have to be tonight, but I will need more than just some impact, because that can't possibly be sufficient for us to do a cost benefit analysis. So to quantify, if there was this event and there's 1% additional, help us understand what the risk is, because we have to balance that. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, I think the risk was pollutant loading, and that we didn't do a specific study of pollutant loading into Ada Hayden Lake. That wasn't part of the scope here. We were looking at rate and volume. And so with additional volume, we would anticipate more pollutants. But I think the conclusion of the study was those could be offset with practices that have a certain efficacy level. So for instance, if you're using a wet pond, that's anticipated to reduce total suspended solids by 80%. So that's where some of those numbers would come into play.
Okay. And so you're not looking at just additional policies, like we've already have restrictive covenants that say that people aren't supposed to put certain chemicals on the yard. I've always struggled with this because we don't really have much of a policing. It's sort of a self-governing type of thing. And I'm nervous about compliance, that people, they get this restrictive covenants, they're 30 pages and it's buried on page 22.
Yeah.
They're not really following this.
So if I could, I think what we should do, I would say, let's talk about the findings that RDG did for the modeling.
Okay.
And then at the end, I'll bring it back to the totality of all of the elements that potentially could get addressed in changes to the ordinance.
Yeah,
Let's
I'll let
really
you run
focus
this.
on the water quality component first, and then the actual other stuff too.
That's fair. Thanks.
So I think the water quality component, again, really only relates to this first change of reducing the open space, because that was what the consultant found could increase volumes. The second change, which is reducing the amount of lots that abut open space, doesn't necessarily have an impact on densities in the subdivision. It might allow for a more flexible design, but it couldn't be, it wasn't able to be quantified in terms of increasing density. And so therefore, it didn't increase runoff volumes from the site. So there wasn't a concern with pollutant loading from that change.
I'm sorry, could you clarify that? I think I heard you say that if you reduce the 80% of lots of budding, that it wouldn't affect the density of housing?
We can't estimate it. So it could be the same amount of developable area with it. So like one of the options is to keep the 25% set aside and remove the 80% lot requirement. So there would be some efficiency gain there, but it's really, we couldn't speculate that in addition to changing the open space, that there would be a significant difference.
Well, I think that the point that Tim just, or question he asked, and my question really supports letting developers kind of do some thinking on this, because I think we've heard before that 80% of the lots have to abut open space really has constrained the ability to develop their property. And so consequently, that's why it's surprising when you said that you couldn't. But I think the point is that you're saying that in terms of how you would estimate something in the study, is that what you're saying?
You want me to clarify that?
That'd be
Amelia?
great.
Yeah, please do.
Greg Pierce, RDG Planning.
If you could bring your microphone close to you. Thank you.
Certainly. Greg Pierce, RDG Planning Design. You hearing me clearly enough? Okay. Yeah, how we looked at that, we really looked at two of those parameters together and separately and then together. So we looked at the changing of the ordinance to reduce the 25% opening to 10%. And then we also looked at the reduction of the requirement of the lots to back open space. So when we look at them separately, that we were assuming with the one solution that the 25% open space requirement remained in effect, but the requirement for the 80% lots backing on to open space was removed. And in that case, because they still have to require the same amount of open space, our assumption was there was not going to be any increase in additional impervious area. And that's why the runoff from that scenario would not increase. Whereas with the open space requirement being reduced, then you have more land that's open for development, and you would potentially have more impervious cover. So even though I think removing the open space would create some more flexibility, allow them to have more unique layouts, but if they still had the 25% open space requirement, it wouldn't necessarily result in more impervious cover. And then we looked at them again in concert, where we looked at both of those requirements being removed.
Sorry, we're not trying to sidetrack. Amelia. And full confession, it was a long 2-hour session, and I'm kind of like, okay, and this is a really important study. So why don't you just go ahead and you complete your presentation, and we'll circle back with questions. How's that sound? Okay.
It sounds good. I will
My apologies.
No problem. It's a very complex topic. So again, the 80% of lots abutting open space might not increase volumes of water leaving the site. One note that I will point out, because I think this was a main finding from the study, on site, that requirement does have the effect of slowing down runoff because there's just more, green space for runoff to run over before it reaches a detention area. So that removing that requirement could cause runoff to more quickly enter a detention area. But we are still able to regulate back to existing rates of runoff leaving a site. And so the actual rates leaving the site would not be greater. So there wouldn't be downstream impacts from the higher rates you see on site. Those would be mitigated through a larger detention area, essentially. And by larger, it was 0.38 acres to accommodate that runoff reaching the detention area more quickly. So I think that's one of the main findings of the study is we still have the ability, even with changes at the state level, to regulate rates leaving the site back to existing conditions, and we are still able to require water quality practices and detention for small storms that could cause erosion issues downstream. So those requirements are still in place. So we don't anticipate any erosion impacts related to these. With that, that's really a short synopsis of what the study found. So there are 4 main options. You could eliminate both the 80% lots abutting open space requirement and reduce the open space set aside. With that, we would recommended in water quality best management practices from the study be incorporated into the ordinance. So it would not be in the covenants, to your question, Tim, it would be a requirement to be shown in the stormwater management plans reviewed by the city engineer that those practices were in place. So there would be teeth. Option 2 and 3 would be only to eliminate 80% of the lots abutting open space requirement. So that would avoid impacting runoff volumes altogether. Or option 3 would be to reduce the open space set aside from 10 to 10%. That option's there in case council feels that it's important to have residential lots interconnect with natural areas in conservation subdivisions. And then option 4 would be to table this for more information. Again, staff believes that option 1 can accomplish the council's goals of promoting needed housing development while still protecting water quality in Ada Hayden Lake. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions?
And we really brought Greg tonight because we figured there was questions about what does quantity of water mean and what does the pollutant loading mean. He is the expert. So if you have questions about what this table means, that's what we want Greg to be able to answer for you.
And Greg, could you just give us a sentence about your background? Because I don't know what your background is. I apologize.
Oh, certainly. I've been in the engineering field for 27 years. I graduated from the University of Iowa in '97.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, it's the other university.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that. I currently sit on the Iowa Stormwater Management Manual Technical Committee. I've actually helped over the last dozen years or so renew and update about 20 different sections of the Iowa Stormwater Management Manual. And my background, before I worked at RDG, I also worked at a couple engineering firms, and I worked in the land development design for about 17 years. So I've kind of seen stormwater management from both sides of the table.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you.
What can you, Emily, you did a great job. Very complicated topic. And what would you like to help? What would you like council to know that Amelia didn't cover that would be helpful? And I just want to I think it was already mentioned, but we have a housing shortage in our community. We have a gem of a park in Ada Hayden. And I have no doubt that the developers want to preserve the quality of that park as much as, council and all of our residents. But we have heard that there's just challenges and hurdles because of this conservation overlay, reducing the density or the amount of lots they can develop or, whatever. And I'll let other people speak, to that. We just want to get to go. We want to get this thing moving. That doesn't compromise. Thinking outside the box, are there other ways to try and accomplish preserving water quality while at the same time allowing more flexibility? And Tim, I think you had a great point on the previous topic. Where are the compromises that we can make that everyone can get a win-win-win? And maybe there's not going to be, maybe we got to have a little give and take essentially. So with that said, were you given the right charge in doing this study? And are there things that you might say, I appreciate the fact that you think you offered 3 or 4 other things, or staff offered 3 or 4 things, that could help, allow for different street lengths, cul-de-sacs, clarify expectations, purposes of masquerading limitation. Maybe there's other things in addition, but can you help us understand, obviously you have a lot of expertise, what we're trying to accomplish? Are we on the right path? Is this on the right direction? Or are you thinking, I did what you asked, but I wish they would have asked this, so to speak, too.
Sure. I'll start with what I can answer, and then I'll kind of follow up with what I'm not able to answer with what we were asked to do. So I can't really, I'll let the city kind of decide or speak up on policy alternatives. But one thing I will say, your current ordinance citywide for stormwater management, like Amelia says, does provide you the opportunity to provide stormwater water quality practices. And that also includes the what's called extended detention. That's where we capture the 1-year event. We slowly release it over a period of 24 hours. That's really critically important piece to preserving reducing the risk of channel erosion between these developments in the lake. So you have the ability to enforce that already. And as long as there aren't any other, upcoming changes to state law that would affect that, you'd still have that ability. So what we found from a rate, because you can do those things on site, even if you reduce the amount of open space and you reduce the amount of lots backing on the open space, the rate of flow that will go from this area down to Ada Hayden Lake would be required to be the same. So there's no additional potential for erosion of the creek based on this change alone.
when we talk stormwater management, we talk both about rate, but we also need to think about volume. So you can control the rate, but volume is a tougher thing to control, because once you create more impervious surfaces, even if we put ponds and wetlands and things like that in place, we don't usually completely reduce the amount of volume that's created. So there are potential impacts to that. Although Amelia, noted that, compared to the size of the lake itself, the rate of volume increase is fairly small. And we mentioned in our report that there are some other methods to mitigate some of that volume control, like effective topsoil restoration, other infiltration-based practices. Some of those things can be other ways to mitigate some of that volume increases. So you have that. So I think on those 2 points, I think what we're saying is on the rate, there really isn't a risk to the lake, or there isn't a risk for additional erosion, as long as you keep those small storm controls in place that are enforced citywide. From a runoff, there might be a small impact, but there are some things you can do about it. And in the context of the lake, the effect is fairly small. Now, on the water quality issue, that one's a little tougher to answer, because that was one of the things we did propose. We actually had proposed having another consultant do some stormwater quality modeling to really see how could on-site practices mitigate some of these changes. And without that study, I really can't answer that. I will say that the volume increases are fairly small, but they could carry some extra pollutants. If you have the same concentration and you have more volume of water, you may have a higher pollutant load that's delivered to the lake, but it's a fairly small amount. But without a decent study, I can't really say for sure, will it cause significant issues to the lake or not. So that's one thing I really can't answer with the scope of what we were asked to do.
So regarding the pollution, right now it's farm ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's row cropped or if it's prairie, whatever. It's row crop.
It's all row crop, all three of them this year.
So to Maddie's point, applying nitrogen, that's going to potentially run off like fertilizer, essentially. So are you saying that if an additional study were done in terms of the water quality, that might help answer the question in terms of, because aren't we comparing it to row cropping? You could say we're going to control or compare it to, well, prairie. Well, it's not prairie. It's actually row crop right now, and we're not having adverse effects. So we're trying to use the comparison to what it currently is, right?
That's correct.
To what it might become in terms of people fertilizing their lawns or whatever. Is that right? But would that additional study help tease that out?
It could, if that's one of your highest areas of concern. I mean, you do have different pollutant loadings on the agricultural areas. You tend to have, not speaking out of turn, I haven't done a detailed study on this, but typically, you do see for example, higher levels of nitrogen running off in the rural areas. Phosphorus can be a little bit of a mixed bag because it depends on what some of the lawn care is happening. And in urban areas, we tend to see a little bit more. I mean, depending on the land use, sometimes we see actually more higher bacteria levels just because of pet waste and other things like that. So there are differences in the pollutant loads. Probably as it goes to urban development, you see that nitrogen loading going down, but you might see some other metals and bacteria potentially going up. But that's what some of these practices that they're required to do. There are going to be practices that are put in place. The existing developments already were proposing to put practices in place to do things like that. The question is just, well, how much does it accomplish? And that's what we couldn't really say in our study.
So in theory, could that study be done? I think that council would agree. I think it's water quality is quantity and quality. And if you weren't asked to give a proposal to do a study on the water quality, we understand that. The question, I think I guess understanding what that is, because we're trying to help work with developers, not trying to work together in a partnership to try and get something moving on this. And we just want to make sure that an answer is made, or that we can not jeopardize the lake.
Yeah, yeah, and I think we did provide a proposal for that. I mean, it was significantly more expensive than the scope of our study, which I think is why it wasn't pursued at the time.
Yeah. This is not picking apart or
Yeah,
criticizing. It's just more or
No.
less just saying, okay, is that something we really should or explore adding to?
Yeah, I think that's probably a question that you have to decide for yourselves. I mean, we have some general ideas of what practices are effective at removing some of these. That's one thing we put in the study, just some general ideas of, and I think they already were doing some of this with the original proposals of these subdivisions using multiple practices. But the more you can do that, the more chances you have of reducing pollutant loads. So you could either take a more prescriptive approach and say, I'd really like to have a study done and kind of get some answers to that. Or you can kind of take your best assumptions and say, well, we generally know what works and we can put these practices in place to accomplish the same goals without doing the study. Is that fair?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
I would say
dominated
that's
the-
fair. And if you really take a step back to the practice of stormwater management, you do not quantitatively model every development. You're applying best management practices that on average remove certain types of pollutants based on different design standards from the stormwater manual. So to staff, when you chose to not do the $50,000 option in June, we thought this was the right step to first understand the quantity of water. And I think after talking to Greg and walking through this, we feel the volume of water is low enough that I don't know that we have to invest in another step of true modeling. And if that is the conservative approach we need to go, then we can do that. But I think that was the conclusion I saw from the information they presented, is the volume is not so substantial that pollutant loading would seem to be overwhelming as an issue. And that's before you even consider whether the row crop is worse or not in the first place.
I appreciate the fact that you said that you met with the friends of Ada Hayden. It's very important to them. Were they satisfied with the report and felt comfortable with that?
So we never did get written response, but the three of us met with them and verbally, after walking through the report, especially looking at that table of the volume that would be generated from the projects, I would say their comfort level was based upon the recommendations of the study that we have targeted BMPs to address the pollutants of concern. So
BMP being
best management practices. So that's that recommended list on page 8 and 9 of the report, where they would agree the volume was not substantial. The volume was not substantial.
So you know what we're talking about. Yep.
Getting there on this page. And then we talked through, because we haven't written the ordinance yet, these are just concepts that we intended for all the water quality treatment measures to be maintained. Just less space would be devoted to extra open space and allow developer flexibility. And obviously that increased density. And we were very clear to them, this will increase density, which was always one of their number one concerns, was could the watershed accept additional runoff from additional impervious?
And flexibility too on the other one.
From Ada Hayden, from the Friends of Ada Hayden, their concern was the increased impervious. That was their number one issue, how much more water we get to the lake. So I think we're all, three of us that were there, we believe they could endorse the results of the study pending the language of the conservation ordinance on how these measures would get incorporated.
Sorry, Council, I kind of dominated the questions here. Please go ahead. Other questions? Nita, Raman, Tim, go ahead.
Just a few more. And by the way, thank you for staying late.
Not a problem.
So we appreciate, we know what time it is, and appreciate it. This has been really helpful. What I'm trying to wrap my brain around, people have been building houses around lakes for 1,000 years. So this isn't a new thing that we're doing. Is the challenge with this situation because of the slope and because of the elevation, and that what makes this a particularly hard issue?
You know, I think it's just the nature of the site. It's the resource you're trying to protect. A lot of times in Iowa, we don't see, a lot of times our runoff just kind of goes somewhere else. It goes down a pipe, it goes down a creek, it goes to the river, and it's gone. So there aren't as many areas where you're discharging to a resource like this where people care about it. So there's elevated concern. You look to the north to Minnesota. They have so many lakes. They have developments around the lakes. The water goes there. It's got nowhere to go. So, decades ago, they started having a higher vision of water quality and stormwater management because they were seeing problems in areas like that. So, they've stepped up with some of the kind of treatment and practices that now we're seeing here in Iowa, which are similar to what you're now requiring in your community. And really, I think we're even proposed with the original developments. So I think that's the tricky thing here is it's just you have a resource, it's got water coming in, it's got a limited amount of water that can come out. And that's, one of the things that makes this a little unique.
Okay. And then I want to follow up. There was a question about, and I'm going to use the word benchmarking. So we're going to judge the developers' work on this against what? Like, what do they have to achieve? Like, what's the benchmark?
Me to take a stab at that. So this is, again, we don't have the ordinance language. So if you're comfortable with the study, that's where we move into the language. So this is how I articulate to the Friends of Ada Hayden, and also how I think I've articulated for the last 5 months when we've been talking here. The intent here is that each development will have to use a series of specific BMPs to accomplish multifaceted treatment of the water quality. The rate has been discussed. The rate's going to leave per state code, and we're all going to deal with that. So the developments will have to incorporate a series of features. You can't just, so the easy example, which we would not accept, is we're going to pipe it to one wet pond, and that's the end of it. That is not a series of treatment. So we are probably going to have less area devoted to treatment, but you're still going to see surface water flowage through a series of measures that will treat that water before it gets off of the site. But there'll just be less area devoted to it, which means more development can happen.
Yeah, so I like all that answer, but I apologize. My question wasn't well stated. How will we know when the developer gets it right? Like, what are we judging them against?
The Public Works Department stormwater staff will review a specific stormwater management plan that will include a multitude of calculations that Mindy would be happy to explain to you that I don't look at. And it will meet our expectations for quantitative controls, as well as defining exactly which BMPs are going to be in the project. And your municipal engineer and her staff are going to tell you whether it meets expectations or not.
Yeah, I apologize. So we could judge, let me just throw all this out, and if I need to just quit, I'll quit at this point. But I think I'm onto something here I want to tease out. So this land has not always been farm ground. At one point, it was just open prairie, and the buffaloes walked through here, whatever, right? So there was very little runoff, no nitrogen, no phosphorus. Everything was in a state of nature. We then have intensive agricultural practices, and now we use farm chemicals. And so what I'm just trying to tease out, the standard that we're judging the developer on, are we judging them against an undeveloped piece of ground back to the state of nature, or are we judging them against the current use of row crop farming? That's my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. So before the state law changed, we were judging this against this being prairie, so pre-developed. But now, because of the state law, we have to take it back to judging it against what it currently is today. So that is farm ground. So I think, the other thing I want to kind of point out, every time you have a development, that developer, their engineer needs to prepare a stormwater management plan that we review, not just during construction, but also post-construction stormwater management. And in that, they provide like those volumes, they calculate it based on how much impervious area they have, and they compare it to what's there and how they are going to manage that specifically on the volume side. And then they're also required to treat the first 1.25 inch rain event for quality. And so
I think the difference that we're seeing here and what you see kind of citywide is right now you can send that for equality to one practice. And so a lot of times you'll see that being sent to a wet pond because it does a lot to treat, you know, it lets everything settle out. You know, but you don't necessarily get that pre-treatment. The difference with the Ada Hayden is there is pre-treatment there, but there's also very valuable resources in your habitat for all the endangered species and everything that we're trying to protect. So we want to see that treatment happen ahead of it reaching Ada Hayden. And we want to see it go through multiple practices.
Yeah.
So not
and
just one.
And I love all of that methodology stuff. I don't really understand it, but I think it's great. My question, and you answered my question really well. If the standard is we have to make this like in the state of nature, when there were just buffaloes hanging out, we'll never develop anything. And so I hope this isn't being recorded, but this may be one of the few moments where it seems like the legislature got this right. And I didn't know this before going to council. I didn't realize that development actually improves water quality. So when we saw development to the north, that actually made things better for Ada Hayden. That was counterintuitive to me. My last question on this. You mentioned, I think, Amelia, something about teeth being in this.
Yes.
And could you tease out what are some things that we can do as a council to put teeth into these restrictions?
So that was just in response to your concern
Okay.
about covenant enforcement of
Right.
phosphorus.
Right.
So I was indicating that with this ordinance amendment, this wouldn't just be practices that are in a covenant somewhere for homeowners to follow. This is something that would be put in the stormwater management plan. These practices would be put in the stormwater management plan. The efficacy of them removing certain pollutants of concern would be spelled out. There would be, percentages anticipated for removal of pollutants. It would be shown by sub-drainage area, this is how much phosphorus and nitrogen could be removed by the practices that we've selected in the series, and it would go to Mindy for review to ensure we are addressing the pollutants of concern.
Yeah. And so I would love to figure out how to put teeth in this. But John Doe goes out to Lowe's or Menards because his neighbor has this amazing green yard. And he says, man, game on. I'm going to have an equal yard. And he or she's not thinking about these covenants. And they're like, I got to maximize the beauty of my yard. I just question, I don't want our police officers going out and frisking, people putting down stuff to make sure. So I want to educate. I think our best tools in the toolbox are education, and every year sending out reminders. There's got to be some ways to help with education.
Just to
but I'm just not
clarify,
convinced we can police our way through this.
these practices wouldn't be on the homeowner. They're built into the stormwater management areas of the subdivision, and they're in place. So when John goes to the hardware store and purchases the wrong kind of fertilizer and doesn't mix it at the right ratio, it goes into a series of practices to prevent that from impacting.
Right. So it's
Yeah.
both.
Yeah.
We certainly I want to educate. All of us love Ada Hayden, and we want to protect this. So it's a combination education, but also all the incredible things that you described. That's all my questions. Thank you.
I just
Rachel,
have a brief question on page 7 about the sedimentation. It talks about the 2 primary sources and one of them being the active site construction. I didn't see.
Is this page 7 of his
Yeah.
Page 7 of the RDG report.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just didn't see a recommendation for how we could do the sediment and erosion control techniques during active construction to prevent that from going into the lake. Do we have those, or are there best practices for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are best practices for that. And under state and federal law, all developments are required. Anything larger than an acre in size are already required to provide effective erosion and sediment control. So as long as the existing rules are followed, what we're trying to say is is that active construction shouldn't be an impact to the lake. The only way that it would be is if for some reason someone's not following the rules that are already in place.
Okay, great.
I will make one other comment in regards to that. We do have staff that go and check in on those things. So that's one thing that the stormwater staff in Public Works does. They do go visit those sites during construction, and if anything is not in compliance, then they tell them to get back into compliance.
Awesome. Thanks.
So I think one other part when we talked about this recommended about pre-construction or not pre-construction, during construction, and just as Mindy said, we have staff that monitor it. There might be, we need to talk this through, there might be a benefit to being more inclined towards sediment basins and things that are more concrete in their work of instead of just relying on wattles that try to control erosion and can fall apart and have to be reestablished. So we might need to talk through that if we're going to require the construction measures to be a little more firm. And the point is, construction is not one season. Construction can be for 5 years. So it might be worth investing up front. So what that means is it might be a measure you're going to use anyways in the final design, but get that earlier in the process rather than at the end.
Gotcha.
So we need to think about that a little bit.
Okay.
Anything else, Rachel?
It's good.
Anita, any questions?
No,
Bronwyn?
Nothing for me.
Lori, do you have any questions?
Maybe this is an obvious thing, but does the current stormwater management ordinance build in ways that we ensure that those best management practices are maintained effectively by the developers, I should probably say?
There are things built into that, and I think there might even be a maintenance.
There's a couple of levels. Minnie's had like 2 weeks to know everything about our city. So I'm going to.
Well, that's more than adequate time, isn't it?
I know. I'll talk to Joyner about what her priorities should be. So my understanding, Gloria, is there's 2 levels to that. While under construction, the developer has performance requirements. And there's, I think right now there's even a bond to ensure performance, and as-builts are required to confirm it was built per plan. And then once that's done, there is also a plan that goes with the development for maintenance. The city has the responsibility for long-term, big scale, like dredging of a pond, that kind of maintenance. But the HOA is responsible for the smaller kind of measures that would be more day-to-day or yearly kind of maintenance. So there's kind of a balance there of the city ultimately being the backstop on the biggest stormwater measures, but the HOA has to do some of the annual stuff.
And I just know that in recent years, we've gotten requests from HOAs to do maintenance. And so my concern is that somewhere along the line, these best management practices do not get maintained, and we jeopardize that backup water supply. I mean, everybody loves Ada Hayden, but my concern is I don't want to see the lake polluted if we have to use it at some point for drinking water. So I hope that as we look at this, we also take into account whatever the system is for ensuring that those BMPs are actually maintained effectively for the long term.
I will make one comment to that as well. So with that state change that I mentioned earlier, we do need to readdress our stormwater ordinance. And so while we do that, we'll definitely look to see what kind of language we have in there and maybe what we can improve upon that during that process.
So reminder there's 2 ordinances. There's the conservation ordinance, which is what we're talking about tonight. And what Minnie's referencing is our citywide general chapter 5B stormwater ordinance. So that would be updated in parallel. This is unique to the conservation ordinance here.
And Gloria, I'll just say, part of this recommendation to use multiple practices is that belt and suspenders kind of insurance policy. If we've got one practice that is still functioning, even if, there's too much sediment in a wetland, then we're still getting some pre-treatment of runoff before it leaves the site, which is different than in other subdivisions in the city where there might just be one practice that's providing water quality treatment. With this recommendation, we would have multiple in a line, which provides us some more assurance.
I appreciate that, Amelia. Thank you for stressing that.
I mean, would really love to hear from perspectives from the developers, and find out how that's, again, we're trying to, get housing, up there. And appreciate, a fresh set of eyes and Mindy coming on board and being on the other side, designing things and trying to look for some creative solutions that we can work together to try and accomplish it. So open up public input. Well, then we'll have more public input again. Justin, do you want to address council at all or not? If you don't, that's fine. Appreciate you staying also, and also appreciate your letter. And I think it was appropriate to ask for some time to kind of digest it. But I think we're trying to send a message. We want to work together to try and accomplish it. But I want to stress, I don't think developers want to do anything negative for 8A. I think that they see that as an asset in the community because they live here, as well as it's an asset to your development. But if you want to make any comments, if you don't.
Absolutely.
Hi.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Justin Dodge, Hunsaker Companies, 105 South 16th Street. All I wanted to do is come up and say thank you. We sure appreciate all the work that staff and you have put forward on this project. We want to find something that works great for the community and also works for us to make viable projects so we can build those houses and bring more people to the community. So, but thank you. Appreciate it.
And just point of clarification, I think that I communicated through an email or something that we may try and, if we're going to do it, try and do it on the 22nd. Actually, that's not going to work for staff. So it's going to actually probably be maybe the first in November. So it'll be at least 3 or 4, at least 4
Not
weeks.
a problem. And in a communication earlier today with Kelly, I said as soon as we had any feedback back from the engineers, we were going to share that with staff right away. So that way we can be proactive and work together on this. And, if we need to make changes, maybe a workshop is a better forum, but we'll figure that out once we have more information.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to offer a comment? All right. Any closing comments? Otherwise, I would entertain the motion just to table any decision and just continue this on a future agenda.
Before I make the motion, just thanks for this. I don't know that we have many situations where we've asked for an outside consultant. We normally have all the horsepower within our city staff, but this was very valuable for us. We only have one opportunity to get this right, and so doing our due diligence here, I think, means an extra lift. So thank you to the staff, and thank you, Greg, for your help with this. I'd move that we table this.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And staying.
All right, we'll move on to item number 34. Damien, I was sitting here thinking, why didn't I move you and Kyle up for something which is going to be short, knowing that the other one's going to take an hour? So I
I think
apologize.
they thought that too.
So thank you for waiting.
Sure.
I think this is pretty cut and dry, but if you want to go ahead and hit the high points and we can ask any questions.
Absolutely. And you're right. This item may be a little atypical, especially when you look at the dollar amount that we're talking about tonight. But we thought it was important to bring it to council's attention, to anyone who might be looking at the agenda tonight, because it is something that will affect, once the study is complete, it will have to come back to council. We'll present it. We'll talk about what the study found, and we'll want to take direction from council. And really, the most important thing is because we are going to be spending around $3 million to reconstruct East Lincoln Way, east of Duff Avenue. And this study will look at the configuration of that segment of street. How do we fit a trail? Most specifically, how do we fit a trail into that segment? That's a big priority that the bike pedestrian master plan found. And we knew that this segment needed a study because of the last long range transportation plan. So All these kind of things come together. Really just wanted to make council aware that we're doing a study so that when we come back with the results of it and take direction on the design, that will ultimately inform that reconstruction project, that everybody's aware of what's going on.
I think also you want to make sure they understand we're looking at all options, including maybe reducing that from 4 lanes to 3 lanes is on the table too, right?
Absolutely. That's one of the issues in that East Lincoln Way is the constrained right of way.
We've talked about it along the Lincoln Way corridor, and sometimes the council gets nervous about that, but we're going to look at it, right, and we'll give you options on that. So I want to make sure you understand that that's still on the table to look at, correct?
Absolutely. And that is a big change. And one of the other reasons we wanted to bring this to everyone's attention.
So,
What's the time frame? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, remind us the road overhaul time frame.
So the construction is programmed in fiscal year 26, 27. Okay. So you wouldn't see any construction until summer of 27.
Thank you.
This is an interesting idea that we would take a major corridor like this and move it down to 3 lanes. And I'm a huge bike lane proponent, bike infrastructure, but I want to think long and hard about this because, clearly like with South Duff, we're never going to get a redo on that. It's never going to have sufficient bike infrastructure on South Duff. That ship has sailed. But conversely, we need to think really long term about the potential commercial uses, industrial uses, the Prairie View Industrial Center. That's going to have more traffic, more trucks. So I just want to make sure, and I trust you 100%, but I had to make this pitch that this is clearly a corridor that we have got to make sure that we get this right. I mean, if anything, you could imagine someday you wanting to have more lanes of traffic, not fewer. So I'm really interested in this, but I just wanted to make that pitch.
Certainly. And one thing that I might be able to say that helps alleviate that concern, this area, the reason why this study was even considered in the first place is because it is to an extent constrained by the railroad track to the north, and then to the Skunk River to the east. But this study, and we have looked at it with the Cherry Street extension that we ended up not going forward with. There is some developable area south of Lincoln Way and east of Duff. And we will consider that, and we would look at if there was some kind of road connection that would come up to East Lincoln Way, most likely east of Cherry Street. So where some of those, there's some vacant properties there, but we would consider all the growth. We would look at, that includes all of East Industrial, because all the traffic modeling is done on that regional model. So we would look at, to make sure that the segment is an arterial street, to make sure that segment was going to work. And that's really what the study is doing. So we wouldn't just go haphazardly into changing the lanes, not knowing that it would not work into the future.
And one more question. So right now, the industrial uses, I drive out there once in a while just to sort of make sure I understand what's going on. This is right now not a high trafficked area. So areas like Kearney's and out in that area, there just aren't a ton of cars going there. We have to have a longer term perspective on this. My prediction is over time that those areas will be redeveloped and higher intensity commercial uses, or even maybe some light industrial will be there. So as we're modeling that, I just hope we're not just considering what the status quo usage is. We would want to see a greater intensification of use. So for what it's worth.
Certainly. Yeah. And we can always kind of look at a sensitivity analysis when we look at a traffic study to look at whether or not if there's a serious area of increased use that we could look at.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for letting me make a pitch on that.
So if you went to the road diet, would the cross section of the pavement still be the same? It's just you would add bike lanes on both sides or not?
No. So this is where the bike ped master plan, the facility selection guide section of that plan looks at things like speed and volume. So there's too much traffic to have on-street bike lanes and a buffer.
Right.
And so by the time you add 3 lanes, the appropriate buffer, bike lanes, and then still have sidewalks, it would just blow up the right of way. It'd be way too big. So really what we're looking at doing is a shared use path that would connect to, because we have shared use path east of that connects to the Skunk River Trail and continues east over to Dayton. So really what we're looking at is, can we bring that up to Duff Avenue? And then eventually connect into a trail that would be hopefully someday on that Link property that would bring us all the way to Lincoln Way and Grand. And then that connects into the Grand Trail and further west into town. So
It just seems like it'd be easier just to extend. I love that new trail that goes from this East River Valley Trail up to where the UPS store is.
Mhm.
But then you just have ridiculously small sidewalk all the way up to the intersection with Duff. Let's find a way to just extend that current bike trail all the way to the intersection. And you wouldn't lose a lane of traffic.
And that's what the study is going to look at, a lot of different
Study is gonna
cross-sectional
do? I feel
options.
like we're getting in the weeds here.
Yeah. All right.
We'll be able to look at a lot of those options. with
Okay.
the study.
Thanks.
And I'll just add, I think some of that land is actually floodway that can't be built upon also on the south side of the.
Right.
I bet
so,
they know that.
so that's going to constrain some of the development. So, okay.
East of that, it's developable.
Pardon me?
East of that, it's clearly developable. There's developments are now.
Okay. All right. Entertain a motion on this item.
I move we approve option 1.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, move on to item number 35, motion temporarily suspending certain civil service.
Yeah, be careful there.
Did you get that
It's
press
right.
newspaper? Got that.
It's almost 4.
Suspending civil rights. That's what we did tonight. Put that in the headlines.
No, do not. Civil service hiring practice.
Come on, that was funny.
Good evening, Bethany.
Good evening. So Chapter 400 of Iowa Code requires that cities follow civil service rules in the hiring, promotion, discipline, and discharge of most full-time employees. One of the aspects of the civil service regulations is that the process can be more cumbersome than the process for non-civil service positions. This is challenging in departments with multiple vacancies. The current process for hiring employees in the police department includes certifying a list of eligible candidates at a monthly civil service meeting. Once certified, all names on the list are considered eligible for hire, and the city cannot begin a new recruitment until all names have been either hired or removed from the list. The background process in this department is quite extensive, and candidates are often removed from the list due to failure of some aspect of the process. All of this means that the recruitment process can take much longer than in other departments. Currently, there are 6 vacant police officer positions, which has presented a significant challenge for the department. In July of 2024, legislation went into effect that created a new section of the Iowa Code that provides the option for city councils by a majority vote to temporarily suspend certain civil service requirements for a department for a period of 12 months. Specifically, City Council now has the authority to suspend the section of civil service which describes the creation of a civil service list. By suspending this portion of Iowa Code Chapter 400 for the Ames Police Department, the city will continue to use the same recruitment process elements, including things like application screening, interviews, written and physical exams, a chief's interview, and a full background check. However, without the requirement to certify a list of candidates, the city will be able to run continuous recruitments. This will make it much more efficient to fill those vacancies in the police department.
Thank you. Questions?
So this seems like a very reasonable, common sense thing to do, but I don't remember that in 10 years we've ever done anything with our civil service process. So I just want a little clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any kind of pushback against this? Have we received anything that would be a caution for us to consider?
Well, we got an email, Tim, that one person objected to this action because it would basically conceal who might be applying to be police officers. So I don't know. That was a question I was going to ask. You kind of commented that. I don't.
So without a certified list, I mean, the act of certifying a list by the Civil Service Commission, that is a public process. And so the names that are certified, they are public. And so those are all of the people that have passed the civil service exam in that process, all of the people that we would consider to be eligible for hire. So by suspending that portion of the civil service, the list part goes away. The process remains the same. All of the elements remain the same, such as the physical agility test, the written post-exam, the interview process, and that's how we ultimately make our decision. The only difference here is that that piece would not be public, and we would be able to continuously run recruitments. And so that would just allow us to get the positions filled. Right now, there's a month lag between civil service commission meetings. And so when we certify a list, the background check process begins, and then we would have to wait until a month later to be able to remove people's names from the list because they have failed some portion of the background check or they've withdrawn. And that would have to happen before we could start a new recruitment. And so it just creates that month lag.
Right. And so the final question, if there's value in suspending this in the police department, why wouldn't we just suspend this process? Because we have gaps in other departments. I'm trying to figure out what the benefit is of this civil service list that we wouldn't just experiment. Let's take a year experiment and see what that does for our ability to fill other spots. Why narrowing it just to police?
So I think the primary reason is that the legislation requires that this is by department. And so this is a department where we continually have multiple vacancies, and the background process is long. And so we can, it's more challenging to work through that process when we have that month lag. Other positions we have vacancies, but the background process is much less extensive. It doesn't take quite as long to go through that process. And so if we do have to remove people's names from a list in order to run a new recruitment, it doesn't present the same challenges. That said, you certainly do have the authority to suspend the civil service requirements for other departments. Just the ask today was for the police department.
Because we've had times when we've had shortages in the fire department as well. So it isn't just police.
Not to this magnitude. This is the department we've had the most challenges throughout the country. They are. So this is our focus right now.
Well, it'd be interesting as a trial balloon to see how this goes.
Other questions? Has anyone ever called and complained or voiced an objection to a candidate from the general public?
A candidate who has been certified to the list?
It's been listed on the list.
Not to my knowledge, and
Jeff?
certainly not as long as I have.
Keith, have you heard that? Or,
No, I've not heard of that either.
yeah. So, I mean, it was the person's correct in the email. It will basically, you won't have the published list, but given the extensive background check that is not being suspended in any way, it's just more or less this one initial step.
Right. I think just to clarify, from the point where someone's made the application, they've been given a conditional offer of employment, the background process, including a thorough background investigation, which in and of itself can take a month. So you're already past that next civil service meeting. And then there's a polygraph, there's the MMPI, there's a meeting with a psychologist, there's the medical. So the whole process can take 3 months just to get through. And at the very end, you may run into something that makes it so we can't hire somebody. So that's the difficulty we're under, is these lists are creating a scenario basically where we have to wait a very long period of time to get through one list before we can start the next one. And, right now we're down 6. In 2020, we were down 10. The best we've been since then, I think, was 4 or 5. So we're kind of one step forward, one step back right now. So we're looking for just a tool to kind of move us ahead a little bit so we can get caught up.
Okay. All right, open public comment. Does anyone want to address council on this?
And Kinsel 720 Duff. This sounds like a classic case of the ends justifying the means. While I'm certainly sympathetic to the police department and its difficult positions recruiting, I would be very cautious as to interrupting the civil service process in our community. The history of civil service rules in the United States were clearly put in place to guard against the evils of corruption in recruitment of individuals to sensitive positions, including those of the police. Having an open list also provides information to the population as to who is being considered for employment, from a question of gender, for example, a sensitive issue in police recruitment. So I think before we get too far down this, whilst the goal of reducing the lack of candidates for the police department is a noble one, I'm concerned that messing, if you will, with the civil service requirements and their long historical use and need in the United States is a dangerous path to follow. The reasons why we cannot recruit police officers in Ames and across the country are complex, difficult, and are probably not fundamentally related to civil service lists. So I just urge caution in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Richard, did you want to comment, or you?
I've had a few complaints. I've had some hard times with some of the police officers that have been hired. You know, I mean, it's like, I don't know how they can get challenged. It's like Jerry Spencer, before he left, told me he would wear a skirt or a dress just to make me happy on his last
Richard,
day.
you,
and he didn't.
Address. All right, close public input.
I appreciate Ann's comment tonight. It's not every day we fiddle with something that's been in place for a long time, and I think part of being in this role is we should need to have some humility, and we pull levers that we don't fully understand. So I think that warning is helpful, and I certainly don't feel like I'm well versed in the history of the civil service protocol, so I think that was helpful.
I don't either, but I mean, it's like, I don't.
So,
all right, is there a motion?
You know, I would
Yeah.
wanna have people this day
So-
routine.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move alternative one.
Which is?
Approve the suspension of civil service requirements.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, move on. Item 36, entertain motion on third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4541 relating to zoning text amendment to plan unit development, PUD overlay standards.
Move on third.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll move on to dispositions and communications to council. We have 5 tonight. The first is from Thomas Lentz regarding bicycle infrastructure. Steve, did you have a recommendation on this one?
I believe we could write back and say we're council is in support of all these concepts that we've been working. Our bicycle plan tries to implement all this, right? Do you see anything else to acknowledge your support and we're moving?
I would maybe just include a link to the bike ped master plan so that they can see what we've recently passed.
Okay, is there a motion that staff respond and include a link to the bike plan, master plan?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Second is a motion from, a letter from Lee Kilmer, request to remove no parking signs on Coolidge Drive in a specific area.
Let's refer that to the traffic engineer. The first two will refer to the traffic engineer who's sitting back there eagerly waiting to take these two.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Next is input, from Betty Gordon, input on mini pitch court. I think it's just more or less, it's already, just to take it under consideration. Has anyone responded to her?
I did not.
I didn't yet.
I don't remember.
Okay. Fourth is email from Jennifer Pohl regarding a request for a ban on single-use plastic bags.
I
I
responded to this one.
did as well. I just told her the state said we couldn't do that.
Yep.
Okay, taken care of. And last is an email from Brian Heenan as a follow-up to a previous email. Ride share electric scooter follow-up.
This is an interesting thing. I don't know if you guys have reached out to him or not. I have his cards in my bag, and so I thought I'd hand them out. I did meet with him the other day, and I think what he's asking is pretty limited in scope. But I didn't know if you all had enough information to be making a decision yet, so I was going to wait till the next meeting and maybe give you guys a chance to reach out and talk to him a bit first.
Isn't he also going to try to meet with university officials too?
It sounds like he is a bit, yeah. So he's met with.
Oh, he did already.
Yeah, I believe he met with Chief Newton over there. Now, I'm not saying that they've signed on. I think he plans to move ahead, whether or not the university and the city. I mean, he can do that, right? But it might make it easier for us if we dialogue with him a little bit. So, anyway, I'll give you all his cards. You can reach out privately, and then we could maybe make a motion related to this communication next meeting if we feel like it.
All right, so defer to October 22nd.
Yeah.
Or 20.
I would move we defer this one
22
till the next regular meeting of the city council.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And I know all of you are aware of this, but when he asks, can we do an email chain or a group call text? The answer is absolutely not. So if you want to meet with them individually, it's up to you. All right, report of governing body. Anything from Discover Ames?
No.
Ames Regional Economic Alliance.
I missed the last meeting.
Okay. Story County Emergency Management, they meet next Wednesday night. And Transit.
No, we haven't met since the last meeting.
Okay, very good. Council comments? Gloria?
As we prepare to go to National League of Cities, I want to wish all of those folks down on the west coast of Florida well in preparing for the landfall of Hurricane Milton. And I especially send my positive energy to the people in Tampa, which will be hosting National League of Cities if all goes well. I think that's it, and I'm looking forward to getting back and being on the dais again and not being ill.
All right. Wish you well. Thank you. Tim?
I want to make sure people are aware we're adding new bike infrastructure, East Lincoln Way, the trail. There's additional trail segments that have been added. They look gorgeous. And I had not been on the trail south of West Hy-Vee, and I ran that on Saturday, and it is stunning, beautiful piece of concrete trail. So we're gradually building this out. That's all I have.
Rich?
Nothing tonight?
I just wanted to say again how much I appreciated the conversation around the Romero House, that the emails that we received, definitely there's a lot of support for those that are unhoused, and we look forward to more conversation.
Thank you. Grandma?
Nothing for me, thanks.
All right. It was a week or so ago, but attended a grand opening for 60 Forward Center. I'm not sure if anyone has been there or not, but it is awesome. Great addition to our community, and also the dedication of 3 of the Habitat houses. which was exciting also. And also just mention, I've been invited to speak Friday. I think if Emily was here, she'd mention it, but Iowa State is hosting representatives from all of the Big 12 schools, I think from student government. And so it'll be enjoyable just to address them and talk about how the Ames City Council and city government partners and values the input of students and their participation. So I'm looking forward to that. It should be a big crowd. We got a Big 12 is a lot bigger than 12. So anyway, with that, entertain motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you.